Hey y'all, sprinkle sprinkle, how are y'all? All right, I see a lot of y'all are already here commenting in the comments. Thank y'all for being so patient. All right, y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. Also, if you want to catch me live every time, you got to hit that notification bell and make sure you click to be notified every time, not just sometimes. That way you can know when I'm live. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all come on in and click the like, and we're gonna start talking about what makes a man desirable other than money. Because I think it's time for them to understand, or for many people to understand, that if you don't have something that another person wants or likes, no one's going to waste their time on you. Okay? So, someone says nothing. Now this falls into different categories. Material categories, not including money, but like as far as what they look like, they are physical categories. Okay, so besides money, the next thing y'all will literally go for is looks, which is not very wise, but y'all are gonna go for the physical, because at one point you're probably gonna want to procreate with it, with whoever you choose, right? And so you're going to go for looks so your child don't come out looking like who did it and why. But, you know, most of that depends on the mother anyway. So you better look good too. All right. So, but you also have to take into consideration, if they look good, they're also going to look good to many other women, and they're going to know they look good to many other women, and they're going to take advantage of that too. So you can say, okay, looks, you can say money, looks, and then what's after that? Intelligence. Some of y'all, I prefer intelligence over looks. I'm sorry, but some of y'all like looks over intelligence. So intelligence. Some of y'all want emotional understanding, which is silly to ask for in a man, but you know, that's what some of y'all want. So if y'all just made a list of all the things that you wanted in a man besides money, what would be on the top besides money? Sure, I have a provider man who gets almost anything, but recently his parents moved to our area. He spends a lot of time with them, even planning on Europe trip. Well, can you get you another one? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Have two. While he's in Europe, you get your other one. Okay. Y'all already know the answer to this. If he ain't inviting you, invite someone else. Do you understand? You might just be a placeholder and don't even realize it. So always have you a backup plan and a backup plan. All right. See, men think when they have money and they're providing, they can pretty much do whatever they want. So make sure they keep believing that, and then you go do what you want to. All right. Wonderful. You're married, still, it doesn't matter if you're married or not. They still think that they can do what they want. So instead of being the victim, be the villain and do what you want to. Okay. Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Like literally, it's villain era for us. Come on. It's literally villain era for us. What are y'all still pretending to be the victim for? If you got a problem, solve it with the victim. I mean, solve it and stop being a victim and be the villain. All right? That's how you solve it. Instead of sitting there saying, oh, woe is me, his parents going here, they're planning a trip without me. Ooh, woe is me. You know what? Why don't you plan a little vacation too without him? Why don't you go have you some fun too? Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right? He can't be the only villain in the story. Am I right? Villain era. If y'all ask me one more victim question, I'm just going to tell you to turn into the villain, because that's the answer you want. You need permission? I gave it to you. All right. You said struggling between villain and lover girl sides of me. Well, you know what? The struggle is going to win. The villain anyway. So the villain is going to win over the lover girl, because the lover girl is going to become the doormat girl. And eventually you're going to have to get up. All right. All right, wonderful. You're gonna have to deal with the doormat girl eventually, not the lover girl, because the lover girl turns into the doormat girl most of the time. And then once you get on that ground as the doormat, the only way to get back up is to become the villain, darling. What does it mean if a guy says, you give me a weird vibe after a month? It means he's too young for you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Means you need to go get you an old man that cherishes every day and ain't trying to get rid of you after a month. Okay. It means he's lucky to have you. You're the prize. He likes you 10 times more. There you go. Especially if he ain't spent no money after no month. I wouldn't be talking to him anyway. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But we're here to discuss what makes a man desirable other than money. Okay. His ability to communicate probably should be on the top one, at least at the beginning of the list towards the top. But most men, they don't really feel a need to communicate because women have been so desperate, they'll just take any form of communication and still deal with them. So what you got to do, if you want men to be more desirable to you, other than money, they have to be retrained. Do you understand? Because they don't know anything else. All they know is money, lies, and telling you what you want to hear. Future faking, money, and, being tall. I don't know. But think about this. When all those things are no longer important, like being tall is not important when the rent is due. Being attractive is not important when you need new car. None of that is going to get you anywhere. So what characters in a man can get him to a better position other than money for you to even want him? It's not much to choose from if you think about it. That's why initially men are seen as providers and protectors, because the only two things that they have, or they had, I can't even say have no more, because women are out earning men now. A lot of women are out earning men now, because now you got more rights. But before you had your rights, the playing field was not even. So therefore, now that you have your own money as a woman, or you can get your own money as a woman and take his and take yours and take theirs and theirs, now what do they have to offer? Besides a fictional character in a book that you've read, or a fairy tale that you've heard that doesn't exist, what is there to offer? And a lot of people are having this conversation. A lot of men feel like if they're a good, decent human being and a person, that they're going to get laughed at by their other peers or other men. So they don't want to do that. Unless they take the whole other route and become a defender, which a lot of men have started to do, especially on social media. I don't know if that's how they live their everyday life, but now that they are seeing the light, I would say, they need to start following that advice as well. Because when you follow your own advice, especially if it's good advice, you're going to get somewhere. Okay. So if you are having trouble finding a man desirable other than his money, I mean, long-term wise, enough to want to start a family. See, some of y'all are going and rushing to the altar with a man based on temporary thing, when you did, or an act, because some of y'all don't even know these people. Y'all don't date them long enough to know who they really are. What if your family is rich and said he will provide, but the grandma made their money through baby trap? Girl, what? Girl, this too many. I don't know, girl. I would probably get another man that was in a legitimate family and business. Because if he go down, you go down. Okay, sprinkle. That just sounds like too much family drama for me. And I don't think I want my bloodline or my legacy linked to such trash, darling. All right. Boyfriend you broke up with, we are both 22. We broke up because he financial position to solve my problems. He was super generous. I feel lost. First of all, Listen to me very carefully. You're 20. In 5 years from now, what are you going to want? You're going to be 27 in 5 years from now. If you had stayed with that man, would he be able to give you what you wanted in 5 years from now? Probably not. You don't feel lost. You feel like you lost someone that was not on the same timeline as you. Okay, y'all are not on the same timeline, which is why I tell y'all stop dating men your own age. That man is not on the same timeline as you are. When you turn 30, he's just going to be getting his feet wet outside, doing whatever he wants to do, having fun, going on boys trips. You are going to be ready to settle down, move to the suburbs, have a family, drive a SUV. And he's not going to be nowhere nearly financially ready for that. So you need a man that's older. Okay. He was just for practice, little fun, get out the way relationship for your young 20s. Okay. He was not the one. If you want a full provider, you're definitely going to have to date older, because that man in his 20s is not ready to do anything that you're ready for. He's not even ready to go take you to a luxury store. Do you understand? He's not even ready to take you to a luxury store, let alone pay a car note. So what are you doing? Remember, the decisions you make today is going to show up for the rest of your life. So make the right ones. You're going to sit around dilly-dally with a man that can't do nothing for you and be behind, or you're going to be smart, deal with people that are beneficial to you, and make your way to the future that you desire. Think about it. Yeah, there are such things as shortcuts. If you want to sit there and work hard and put your money together and build a man who's going to leave you anyway, go ahead and do it. Y'all can ask all these women who are older, 30, 40, 50, who are restarting their lives because they helped build some grown, able-bodied man, and that grown, able-bodied man went and left them. What are you going to do now? Start all over? Then you're going to be in my comments asking me if it's too late for you? No. Start now. You can fall in love at any time. Fall into some money first, please. All right. What can moms do to stay sane? Give other people your work. Hire people. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Hire people to do the little stuff that you don't need to be doing. Employ your children if they're old enough to do the stuff you don't want to do, or hire people to do the stuff you don't want to do. Okay. Such as laundry, such as house cleaning. Learn how to make your life easier and don't feel guilty about it. Okay. As long as your kids are safe, you're fine. Make your life easier. Thank you, Gatsby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Throw money at your problems. That's how. Make your life easier. Do less. Mm-hmm. I already answered your questions. All right. Let me make sure I got them all, though. You just lost your number one provider. You feel so sad. How do I feel better? You're supposed to have two, and you're supposed to have one richer than the next, or you're supposed to be working another one. He would always say, I'm the most beautiful. Okay, so you believed his lies. I'm not saying you're not beautiful, but he probably tells that to everyone. Honestly, they come and they go, baby. Understand it. They come and they go. Be prepared. Stop getting attached. Just get the money. When you finally want to settle down and get attached to someone, make sure that they worship the ground you walk on and they got you set for life. Do you understand? It's very easy to do if you have the right target. What if he sends you less than you need? How do you ask for more? You ask for more in the beginning so that they send you less than what you actually asked for, which is exactly probably what you're going to need. So if you need 5,000, ask for 10,000. They'll send you 5 or slightly more. Always ask for double. Always ask for double. You said, what if married to Dusty? Then unmarry one. Some people are married and got whole sugar daddies on the side because their man ain't enough. Okay. You decide what you need to do, ma'am. You already know what you need to do. What would a man do if he married someone he didn't like? What would he do? Exactly. Be the villain. So it sounds like a majority of these women aren't built for this. That's true. A lot of you women aren't built for this mentality of the villain era yet. That's why you need to go through what you need to go through in order But sometimes y'all don't want to have to go through it. So if you just listen, you can avoid it at least. You know what I mean? You can at least see the red flags sooner than you would have seen them if you hadn't listened. So a lot of y'all are going to hear what I say and still make the same mistakes as young people do, but at least you will see the red flags sooner and be able to get out of those mistakes sooner, or to prevent even more mistakes from happening. Once you see the first couple of red flags, at least you will know. You might not do exactly what I say. You might not agree with everything I say, which is fine, because no one is supposed to agree with everything somebody says. But you will see what I'm saying. That being what you've been seeing this guy for a year and a half. Our families know each other for years. He's been on trips and dates, but how can I get? Just ask him, girl. Y'all know each other. Just ask him, or else tell him you're thinking about asking somebody else and see if he offers it to you. All right. Tell him you're thinking about asking a friend of the family who's much older. His wife just died. He lives all alone, and you know he's got some money, and so you're just going to ask him. That man will stop you from asking that other single man with a lot of money that your mama already knows and approves of, and he's going to give it to you. Okay, so just make up some lies. All right, make up some lies. Now I know younger women are going to want to find out for themselves. Let them find out. But the sooner they find out, the sooner they can get back up. Okay, young women that take my advice, some of y'all want to fall in love. Y'all want to know what it is to fall. Well, when you fall, you got to get back up. So after you fall, come on back here and I got you. All right. You don't have to disagree with what I say. You don't have to say it's not for everyone. You can say it's not for you right now. It ain't for you right now. Okay. But when you are ready, all my videos will still be here, and so will I. When it is the time, you can find me. Okay. And maybe it's not for you right now. Maybe you need to go out and experience some things. You need to go see what it is that I'm really talking about. Maybe you need to feel that. Maybe you need to get knocked down a little bit in order to open your eyes. But when you do, I'll still be here. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And don't be afraid to come on back or say in the comments, Shira, you was right. Yeah. It's not about if it's right, it's when it's right. So y'all have to understand that. I'm multidimensional. I don't exist on one plane. I'm here before, during, and after, and in between. Do you understand? Okay. If you can find some decent qualities in a man, then make a list of those decent qualities and make sure they are consistent, because that's how you tell if they're fake and they're faking. Okay. So if this man is a gentleman, make sure he's always a gentleman, not just sometimes, because then that means it's an act. If this man is honest and you think that's a desirable quality in a man, make sure he's always honest with you. You catch him lying a couple of times, it's an act. So keep score. Okay. Keep your little notebooks, baby. And when they fall off from what you think they are, and you find out who they really are, then you can make your little list about what is so desirable about this man other than money. Okay? Because a lot of y'all are so fooled, but y'all don't see the inconsistencies in men's behaviors. Okay? So you just need to keep a log. Okay? Do your own work, man. Get your little notebook and keep a log. Okay, with the date and the receipts. You keep a little log with the dates and the receipts. Okay, put the qualities of the man and put Monday through 90 days of the week, Monday through Sunday. And every day when he's a gentleman, you check off one of the little boxes. And he's not a gentleman most of those days, he's acting. Put honesty, Monday through Sunday. If every day he's truthful and honest to the most of your knowledge, check it off. Okay. If he's respectful, put that down. And if he misses more than 3 days a week, it's an act. Do you understand? So if he's getting check mark after gold star after check mark, that's probably who he is. And he has to be consistent for 3 months plus. 3 months. Do you understand? It's a consistency log. If he is consistent with who he says he is, then you can start to kind of believe him. But if the qualities that you desired in a man is no longer consistent, then you got to scratch it off the list, because that's not what he is. That's what he was to be. So once you get down to the nitty gritty after about 3 months of dating someone and you see their true qualities, then you got to ask yourself, is this what I desire in a man? And if the answer is no, then you already know what to do. No, this is not what I desire in a man. Are you willing to put up with that? Did you want the things that fell off? Then why are you still with them? You know, it's kind of like going to a car dealership. You go in there with a certain vehicle in mind, and by the time you walk through all the cars and look through all the cars, you came to a vehicle that has nothing you wanted. But somehow you're convinced, because the car dealer convinced you it was a good fit, and to overlook those things that you came in there in the first place for. Doesn't make sense now, does it? You're going to drive off the car lot with a car you don't want. Not a good deal. Okay? And you're going to have to pay for it. Meaning your time, your energy, your connection. So remember, make sure you log his behaviors if you're going by character and behavior alone, other than money. Now, money should be on there, but the other things should also check out too, if you want a decent type of relationship. Now, some people only go for the money and they don't care about the person, because they realize after going through all these different logs, none of it's checking out, So if you are lucky enough to find someone who's more genuine in the things that you desire, wonderful, great. But don't think that just because you find that they're a perfect being. All right? Just because you find that doesn't mean that you're a perfect being. They're a perfect being. Everybody makes mistakes as well. You're doing everything that you advise, but they disappear. Okay, they're not ready. Men want one thing, and if you're not giving it up right away, they disappear. Okay, that's how you know. That's how you know they weren't there for the long haul, or for you as a human being or a person. They were there for what they could get from you, and how fast they could get it from you. Right? They weren't there for you, really. They were there by what they could get from you. Do you understand? Now, you need my book, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Okay, How to Date a Provider and Avoid a Dusty. This is available on Amazon, and let me show y'all. This is what it looks like. So it's available on Amazon. Y'all need to get this in order to realize how to date a provider and avoid a dusty. Why? Because who wants a dusty? Don't nobody want no dust. All right. It's not an ebook. You got to read it and get the physical copy, baby. It's also linked in the description bar. Just scroll down and you'll see all my level up books there. Or you can just Amazon. They're all on Amazon. How to Make Him Keep His Word and Buy Me a Car Before Rolling on the Mattress. A man is going to lie to you to get what he wants. He will never keep his word unless you make him keep his word. Okay, until you start treating him like until he buys you the car, you don't treat him like he promised you a car. Listen to me very carefully. Until he buys you the car, you don't treat him as if he's promised you a car. You treat him like he hasn't said nothing. The only way he's going to get any type of special treatment is if you're at the dealership signing that paperwork and driving off that lot. Do you understand? With the car in your name. Otherwise, you treat him exactly the same as if he never offered it all, okay? A lot of men will tell you things, promise you things, and you start acting way different towards them, boosting their egos, and that's all that they wanted from you. They were never going to do it in the first place. So you don't treat them any sort of way until they do what they said that they were going to do. You don't flinch, okay? Not at all. You do not flinch. You're just like, whatever. Okay. It's like, oh, okay, that's nice. Sure. You don't flinch at all. You don't treat them like they said anything spectacular. You don't get super excited. You just start making the plans. It's like, oh, well, there's a dealership right down there. Let's go. Oh, no, not today. Okay, well. Anyway, I wonder what I'm going to do tomorrow. Unbothered. No words, only actions. Okay? Mm-hmm. My man hasn't, what? He hasn't rolled around on the mattress with you in a while until marriage. What about that? Huh? He's waiting until marriage. What religion is he, darling? Either he got something or he got nothing. You know what I mean? You can figure that out. He got something or he got nothing. Do you understand? Why don't you go and why don't you get him one of them STI testing kits? Because some of y'all, they working with too much, some diseases and whatnot. You say it's called dangling a carrot. Girl, I don't believe any man that says he's waiting. There's something wrong. He hides something or ain't nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? Something little down there. Why would any woman ask to split a bill after a date? Because they're stupid and desperate and a pick-bisha. Right. Tell us the rules of the game loud and clear. The rules of the game is don't pay for nothing when you're in the presence of a grown, able-bodied man, and never build one. And remember, you're the prize. Basically. You're the prize. And if they're acting like the prize, let them be the prize to another man. Ask them if they got grinder. I don't know. If a man ever asks you, it tells you that he's the prize, ask him if he got grinder and what's his name. But you got grinder? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, how do I not make other people, how do you not make other people's problems your problems? Because they're not paying me to. Okay. How does a therapist walk down the street and not have to give therapy to everybody for free? Same way. They ain't paying, they ain't staying. Ain't your problems. Okay. You said you paid for your own coffee the other day and you felt so bad, as you should. Slap yourself. Okay? And get my book. This book right here. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to date a provider and avoid a dusty. As a woman, you can't be a pick-me-sha if you want a provider. You can't be a pick-me-sha if you want a provider. Okay? It just doesn't go together. Men can pick up on how you value yourself, and then they will value you the same as you value yourself. Do you understand? If you don't think you're worth a cup of coffee, neither will he. I wouldn't even be on no coffee date. That's even terrible that you even agreed to that mess. Okay? In fact, I won't eat a business person or a business meeting at no dang coffee shop. Take me out to eat. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's strictly business. Take me, feed me. All right? Give me some free gifts, something. You say, how do you rush and keep calm? Have several. What you got the rush for if you got several? Having more than one, having multiple streams of income, having more than one, you never rush nothing because you got too much already. It's just like when you sign a contract, never be desperate. Read the fine print. Get your lawyers to look over the contract. Make sure it's beneficial to you. first. Be smart and be wise. You don't have to rush into anything unless you're a desperate idiot. Only people that rush. How do you stop yourself from being attached? Ask yourself 3 questions. Is this man beneficial to me? Is he beneficial to my future generations? And has he invested? The answers are no. You shouldn't be attached. You're only attached to the idea of what this man could become and his potential, not him. I wish I would have met you sooner. Oh, Katya, Sprinkle. Well, you met me now. Do I have any skincare tips? Yeah. Lessen your sugar intake. If you've done everything skincare wise as far as moisturizer, all that kind of stuff, lower your sugar level because sugar messes up your skin big time. All right. If you're drinking too many sodas, fruit juices with a lot of sugar, eating too much candy, too many iced coffees with a bunch of sugar in it, cut that sugar. Not all of it, but don't overdo it. Okay, you can still have a little snack, a little treat, but just don't constantly be eating sugar. Okay. You said, can you find a man of means if you're used to escort? Not if you don't tell him. Duh. They got sugar-free options of stuff, so just see if you can find that. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said you still chubby in the legs. Girl, you mean you got cellulite? You need some anti-cellulite oil. And a lot of times, you just have to be consistent with it. But, I mean, you're probably going to have cellulite as a woman if you don't really work out and have lean muscle. So, I mean, you got to get to the gym, put that cellulite stuff on, I guess. Staying unapologetically unbothered and dust-free. I know that's right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You're 23. You work in London. How often should I go out? And girl, go out every day. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Every day. Reach out of town every day. Every day. Every day. Okay. You're young. It's a numbers game. The more you go, the faster you're going to meet somebody. Okay. Just think about it like that. The more you go, the more often you go, the faster you're going to meet somebody. Okay. Every day, if you can, or go as often as possible. And try to go to the same places around the same times every day so you find regulars who recognize you and are more liable to approach you. Okay. They recognize you, they anticipate you. They're building up their courage to come talk to you. They've seen you in here before. You're not a stranger. So most likely they're comfortable in your presence. And so you build your, what do you call it? Your presence, your reputation by going to the same place every day. And so people anticipate you. And like maybe if in case one day you don't show up, they'll miss you. And the next time you show up, maybe they'll approach. Thinking, oh, I might have missed my opportunity. Mm-hmm. So there's a guy, but he ain't richer than me, but he make a lot of money. So make him spend anyway. He doesn't have to know what you earn, but he can still be spending on you. And a man shouldn't get mad at you if he finds out later on that you make more money than him, because he's supposed to be a gentleman and a provider anyway. You weren't supposed to be spending yours anyway. Okay? So it has nothing to do with what you earn. Is he a gentleman and is he a provider? It shouldn't matter what you earn. Unless he wants a woman that earns less than him for his ego. So sometimes a man, they get all excited when they see a beautiful woman or intelligent woman who's beautiful, and they think that they're like, they got some money they can spend, they can provide. But then as soon as they find out you make more money than them, they feel defeated. Even though they've been a gentleman and a provider, it's their ego that won't allow you to have that over them. Now, some men will be fine, but then it's going to bother them later on down the line, little by little. Okay. So just remember that. So it's best not to tell them or to downplay your business and never let them find out. Okay. And keep collecting. Man always wants to feel the most powerful in the relationship. So you just got to let them think that they are. And still collect their money. Okay. What? You say you still work out, you still have cellulite, then keep it. It's a badge of honor, man. All right. At least they know it's not a BBL. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Should teenage girls go for uglier dudes from wealthier families? I mean, if it's gonna mean some good Christmas gifts, of course, girl. And then you never know, like y'all could go off to college and separate and then come back together when he's older and uglier, and you can get his money again. Marry into the family, girl. Yes. Every time I see one of those like teenage movies and I see like all the nerds or all the ugly guys, I was like, girl, that's the ones you need to be going after, not them jocks. That's they peak in high school. You don't want that. You want them nerds. The ones that's got the money or the ones that's gonna get that money. All the jocks, all the guys that are cool in high school, most of them have already peaked. Most of them will be bald by 25, broke by 30. Okay. Working as a salesman somewhere. The ones that are going to make it are the ones that did not peak in high school. Do you understand? Because they still have something to look forward to. They didn't expand all their energy, rolling around, getting hit in the head, or trying to, please their parents and fathers, being the star athlete or whatever, unless they make it to the big leagues, but they probably won't. All right. So if you peaked in high school as a guy, most likely you're a loser in real life. And the type of losers that think that they deserve top tier women with no money and having no money to give them. So watch out for them types. Those are usually all those red pill dudes who peaked in high school and can't pull nothing cuter than their 9th grade girlfriend. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. And the funny thing is, I wasn't popular in high school. I wasn't all of that in high school, believe. And all the people that were popular, or especially all the guys that were popular, trash today. Okay. So remember, you're never supposed to peak in high school. That's for losers. You said, how do you not worry about the future? I make good decisions today. That's how. I don't make dumb, stupid, dumb decisions that I have to worry about them. Your future is all your habits and your decisions. What's yours look like? What are your habits? That's how you can see your future. Your habits and the decisions you make. You have guys interested in you, but how do you get them to buy you stuff? By asking. Just because they're interested in you don't mean they're interested in you as a human being. You understand? They might just be interested in a mattress roll, not an investment. Do you understand? So you got to see which one they see you as, a human being that's worth investing in or a mattress roller. Okay? So just ask, especially if you look way better than them. How do I ask? Just like this. Just suggest that you need help. It's like, oh, I'm trying to save up for this thing. I only have this much saved up. Well, and I also have to help out my Aunt Ethel this week. So I'm just really trying hard, but how's your day? If they don't offer to help you, they don't care, they don't like you, they're not trying to impress you. They want one thing from you and one thing only, not to invest, but to get what they want and get up out of there. So they care about you as a human being. They're going to care about your issues as well. They're going to jump into problem solving mode. If they don't automatically jump into problem solving mode, they just want to roll on the mattress with you, baby. Okay. Think about it. If someone that you really like, even if it's just a really good friend, they come up with a bunch of problems. Aren't you coming up with solutions or trying to help them slightly? Don't you have any concern and care for them? Or do you just ignore what they tell you and try to get what you want out of them anyway? That's how you know that they're a manipulator and a user. So if they don't jump to help you or help you solve your issue, they don't like you as a human being. All right. That's how. Just mention it slightly a couple times and have some discomfort in their presence. If they don't try to make it better, not with no false promises, but with some actions, they don't like you. Okay. Because I can't stand when I'm in the room with a person that's having issues that I like and love. I'm going to help them. My kids, especially. You know, a family member in need, I'm gonna help them because I truly like them as a human being and as a person, and I need nothing from them. So that's how you can test if a man likes you as a human being or just wants to roll around on the mattress with you. You mention a few things you might need, and if they don't rush to help you solve your problem and want to invest in you and help you from being uncomfortable, that's how you know they like you. They don't really like you unless they offer to help you. Do you understand? Because think about it. Think about if you had rolled around on the mattress with them. Next day, you actually had a real problem. Or the next week, you actually had a real problem you needed help with, and they look at you crazy. Like, excuse me, you're just my mattress roller. I don't want to invest in you. Go away. How are you going to feel then? So think about it. You said they don't want to feel like a trick. A man doesn't want to feel like a man. A man's job is to provide. If he was a decent human being in the first place and had all the qualities as well as money, he wouldn't feel like a trick. He would feel like a gentleman and a man that woman will actually be proud to stand next to. But since half these men out here, not all of them, but a lot of them ain't worth a dime, let alone have desirable qualities, they already know they got to get in and get out as fast as they can before you discover who they are. Okay? They have no better qualities. And the ones that do have all the great qualities, they're not going to feel like you're using them because they know that they are quality. They know it. You don't have to tell them. They already know it. Okay? So, any man that feels like, oh, I'm just being a trick, you have nothing else to offer but that. That's why you feel like that's what you're being used for, because that's all you got. Now, if you're a good, decent human being and a man who cherishes and actually likes women, you're going to rush to help them if they need something. You're going to rush to their rescue. You're going to make sure they're not uncomfortable in the presence of a grown, able-bodied man. You're going to make sure that they don't need or want anything when they're sitting there next to you. Because if a woman needs and wants something and you're sitting there and you can't give her it, what's she going to do next? Go find it elsewhere. Ain't that right? And you don't like that. So that's why men feel like a trick, because they know they can't do nothing. Now, if you are a true gentleman with desirable qualities, plus money or other than money, you wouldn't feel like that. Do you understand? You said curtains would suit my room. This is not going to be my room for very much longer. I'm about to move into my big house, baby. This is little makeshift, baby. Don't worry. I have curtains in my room at my house. But thank you for looking out. Okay. It's a man's job to provide, and most don't even want to do that. That's right. Now, you got to break men down psychologically because they don't even know themselves. Okay. Men don't really even realize what they're doing. They just don't. So when they form their mouth to say, I don't want to be a trick, I don't want to be a simp, too late, you already are. You know what I'm saying? You already are. If you say, I don't want to be this and I don't want to be that, you already are. because it's not tricking if you got it. It's not simping if you like that woman and want her to be with you. Now, if you're just after something temporarily, a mattress roll, of course, you feel like a trick if somebody asks you for something. So you're giving yourselves away. Okay. It's so easy to clock. I don't understand how y'all don't see it, ladies. It's so easy to clock. If they think you're tricking them, they're not really investing in you. If they think that they're going to look like a simp in front of you, they have nothing to offer. Because the facade that they're putting out there, it can't last because that's not who they really are. So if they can't follow through on the man that they're pretending to be, and you somehow get some money out of them or get them to invest or spend on you, they're going to feel stupid when they stop acting that way and can't give you any more money. So therefore, they think they're going to lose you anyway. So they don't even want to start to spend in the first place. Do you understand? Because they don't have what it takes to keep you. They only want a mattress roll. When a man really wants a woman, he's going to make sure his pockets are right and that he does everything he needs to do to keep her and the consistency it takes to keep her. He's not going to walk in there half-stepping, low effort, acting like somebody who she thinks he is, but is really not. Those are the only men who use the word simp and trick, the ones who are literally unable to do anything for you. Okay? Also, the ones that value men's opinion of them over being desired by a woman. Okay? But think about it. Men are performative. They perform for other men. When men stop performing for other men, maybe they'll be more desirable. How to stop being obsessive, jealousy, and needy woman. How to get three. If you got three guys, you're not going to be obsessive and needy over all three of them at the same time, okay? You're two, you know what? When you're obsessive and needy all the time, is you fear losing them because you know you're not enough and you're insecure deep down inside, okay? When you're obsessive and jealous, you're insecure. You know you're supposed to be going with something uglier and older, okay? You're dealing with somebody out of your league, that's why. Okay? And you ain't getting nothing out of it either. So you feel stupid too. Did I get it wrong? No. Would you be jealous and obsessive and needy for some old man that has lots of money for you? And who likes you 10 times more? Probably not. You're obsessive and needy over somebody that don't even really like you because you're insecure. And you know at any given time he can replace you or find somebody else better than you because you're secretly insecure about yourself and you're afraid that he's going to find better qualities than someone else. Did I get it wrong? No. So get your self-esteem up high. Go get you somebody that likes you 10 times more and get your money. All right? Or get your self-esteem up at least. Y'all be chasing behind these men that don't even like y'all and losing your minds. Not a good mix. Okay? There's a bunch of women in prison right now for chasing after a man whose league that they were not in. There's a lot of women that have men have restraining orders on women who chase them and who are just simply a mattress roll or a placeholder and didn't realize it. There's several thousands and thousands of women in prison right now because of their insecurities. Be smart, ladies. Know your value, know your worth. Because some of y'all be acting stupid for no reason over a man that don't even like you. Okay. I could never. And just think about how dumb you look to yourself in the future. You're going to look back and be like, dang, I was stupid. And you're going to be right. I mean, all of us have been stupid at one point, but you know, you can stop at any time. Okay. That's right. Stop being insecure and get your glow up on. Work on yourself. Instead of worrying about a man and putting all the energy into a man and what he gonna do, what he might not do, what you know he gonna do anyway. Why don't you put all that energy into yourself and making yourself look so good that it don't matter what he do because you can go get a better one. All right? Why don't you go ahead and do that? Make him afraid to lose you. Make him afraid to lose you instead of the other way around. Okay? Because me, I have very high self-esteem. I will not ever be jealous of no one. If you lose me, you done. Okay? Period. Because I can go replace and get a better one. Probably already got one. You know what I mean? So, you said, what if he's younger? Is he doing everything he needs to be doing? As long, you know what? I don't know how much younger you're talking, but sometimes the whole thing about kids get in the way. Like if you don't want kids or he want kids or you're too old to have kids, when he's ready to have kids, that could be a whole problem. So I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. Like me in person, okay, likes you in person, spends a lot, shopping spree, but I have to ask when he's free and seems to want to text a bunch only unless I bring up a date. Okay. He's busy. He probably has other things he's doing. And I don't know, how old is this person? You know what I mean? He probably doesn't want to seem too desperate for you. Or, a lot of times if he asks you out or you have to, the whole point of this relationship that y'all have is for you to ask him what you want. He's letting you lead the relationship. He's not one of the types of guys that lead. So this is a guy that you can definitely tell him what you want and he'll just do it. If you want someone to lead, that's probably not the guy for you. You understand? There's some guys, they don't lead. Just take their money and date a leader at the same time. You're 31 and single. I only have time to go out in the evening after work. Any key advice from you? Do I still you still have a chance? Yeah, you got a chance. Now I don't know what time you can go out, but most of the rich men are gone by 8 o'clock. So if you're going out after 8, most of the rich guys are in their house and or somewhere else, baby. You know what I'm saying? So don't know what to tell you. I would say get up early on the weekends, early, like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and go do some rich activities on the rich side of town early in the morning. Rich people will be out then before the crowd gets up, before the working crowd gets up from sleeping in, and then go run on their errands and crowd up the places. The rich people will be out early in the morning. And on the weekdays, they will be out early in the afternoons and the mornings. So if you're at work, if you can get a lunch break, try to hit up a nice restaurant bar and sit at the bar at the restaurant. Or most likely you'll be able to meet somebody with money there. Or get up early on the weekends. If you're going to go out during the weeknights, go somewhere where it's memberships or like somewhere on the really rich side of town. If you can, because that will increase your chances of at least meeting somebody with some money, okay? If you have a bad schedule, just make sure you're at least on the richest side of town, okay? That's going to help you. And also make sure you make the most of your weekend mornings. All right. Wonderful. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. So you say you're looking for my Etsy store? All right, I'm gonna link it. Hold on. Here it is. All right. All right. So, okay, what makes a man more desirable as well is if he listens to you and listens to what you say and takes you more seriously. Okay, because some men think that they're smarter than you. They'll over talk you. They'll wait for you to finish talking and then say what they want to say. They don't really listen. Okay. Because let me tell y'all something. Women talk a lot. I know women talk so much and men just want to graze over it because y'all talk so much, which is why I always tell y'all to say less, talk less, not because you need to be shut up, but because when you open your mouth, people need to listen because it's important, because you don't talk all the time. You know what I mean? So they know when you open your mouth, it's important. Do you understand? But if you blah, 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 they're going to think everything is blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? So talk less and say what you mean. Don't be a blabber. That way they'll actually listen to you. Whenever, it is so true, whenever you're around a blabbermouth, you tune them out. I tune blabbermouths out all the time. I don't even be listening to what they say because it's not important. They say anything. But when I'm around a person that doesn't blabber and they speak, I know what's coming out of their mouth is probably important. So I'm going to listen. Stop being a blabbermouth if you want people to listen to you. Anybody to listen to you, not just men, but anybody. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Someone says, go to the horse races. Yeah, make the mornings on the weekends count. So I don't know, depending on where you live or where rich people are, where you live, you can go do some rich activities in the morning, you know? Get up early, set your clock, go to bed early. Rich people are out at the after hours and, you know, not any type of rich people to be around anyway. They're not partying all night and doing all of that stuff. They got to get up early in the morning to get on their yacht. They got to get to the marina, you know? You got to get to the golf course before it gets too dang hot. They got to drive to their lake house, you know? So get up early in the morning and go run errands. If you don't want to go somewhere, go run errands on the rich side of town. Go hit up the nice grocery stores on the rich side of town. Go to the bakeries on the rich side of town. Go to the golf courses. Go to the marinas. You know? If you have similar interests or hobbies, you're going to have stuff in common already. If you're dressed for whatever it is that you're doing, you're going to fit on right in, you know? You're going to go to the marinas, wear clothes and colors that look like you could possibly be getting on a boat. All right? Don't look out of place. Look right on in place. Do you understand? You're going to go to the grocery store. You're not going to be dressed like you're going to the club. You go to the Whole Foods in the rich side of town early in the morning. Stand around the little cheese or wine section or whatever, maybe giving out samples or whatnot. Play dumb, ask dumb questions. Simple as that. Mm. How to get rid of a man if he doesn't leave you alone. Tell him you're pregnant with another man's baby. All right. Simple as that. They'll be gone in 2 seconds. Someone said asking for some money. Yeah, if you ask them for some money, they'll disappear for a second and they'll pop back up when when they think you forgot. Tell them you're pregnant with another man, baby. They'll be gone forever. All right. You're gonna start going to brunch by yourself in Beverly Hills and act like you got stood up. That's a good idea, man. Go sit at the little bar, get your little mimosa, and say you got stood up by a girl, not a guy. Say you got stood up by your best friend. her boyfriend came over. They had a fight last night, and she was gonna come give me all the tea at brunch, but he came back over apologizing big, and so now I'm stuck here by myself. Oh, what was me? Make up a good old lie, you know. Don't say you got stood up by me, and say your friend was on her way and then she didn't come. Sounds better. Okay. You said, what's my perspective on choice? I believe in pro-choice. I believe you should have the choice to do with your body what you want to do with your body. Period. Your body. Yours. Your name on your license. Your name on your deed. You can own a car. You can own a house. You can own some land. Can you own your body, though? That's what I'm wondering. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. What do I say to a man when he asks me what I'm doing at the bar alone? Tell him you already met someone and they left. Oh, my friend came in. We were having drinks, and then her man called. And she left me. I was so mad, but you know, lie. You just lie. That's all. Lie. Lie, lie, lie. Same thing they're gonna be doing to you when they talking to you is lying. You do the same thing back to them, baby. You said, when men approach me, I find it very threatening. What to do? Challenge them. When they say, "Oh, hey, little mama, how you doing?" I'm fine. Can you pay my tab? I'd be better off. Either they'll leave you alone or they're gonna pay it. Oh, you looking so beautiful this evening. Thank you. Beautiful enough to pay my tab. Their ego is either gonna pay it or get away from you. They don't got it. Do you understand? Remember, men work by ego and ego alone. Their first impression, they want to make a good one. So if you hit them with that tab and that bill from the bartender immediately when they walk up, they want to seem like somebody, they're going to pay it right then and there. You understand? You make sure you give him that tab. You ain't going to feel so bad at all because you just got rid of one of your problems. Men's ego. If you smile and start talking to him, he's won. If you go ahead and hit him with the bill before he even speaks anything, trying to impress you, the bill is what's going to impress you, baby. Do you understand? Because everything else is lies. Believe me. At least you can get one thing out of it. I'm serious. Next time, try this. If y'all don't believe me. Any brave person out there or person that's already done it, y'all know if it's true. Okay. But if you haven't tried this, go to a nice restaurant bar, sit at the bar, have your bartender put your tab down. And when a man tries to approach you, don't act impressed whatsoever. The only thing that can impress you is if he pays his tab. And he says, "Oh, you know, you're so beautiful, da da da. You know, what are you doing out here by yourself?" Da da da. I was like, "Oh, not much. I don't know. I was just getting ready to leave. Hold up the tab." He's like, "Oh no, stay for a drink. I'll buy you another drink." That's when you got him. When he offers you something, he's like, "Oh, really? Well, will you pay my tab too?" What's he gonna do? Is he gonna embarrass himself and say no, walk off looking broke? Or is he gonna go ahead and pay for it, buy you a drink so you can stay a little longer and talk to him? And he's got the upper hand. What's he gonna do? Play on his ego. Do you understand me? If you don't do that, you're gonna sit there wasting a lot of time talking to somebody that's not gonna do nothing for you and be lying half the time and wasting your time and his. Probably most likely married. You know what I mean? So try it. Okay. Promise you. Men will always save their ego. You're more likely to get that tab paid if you ask him to pay it as soon as he walks up. Do you understand? And if you don't think if you think that's too forward, wait till about 2 minutes into the conversation when he can see how beautiful you are and how much of a good catch you are, and then you give it to him. Okay, but don't act impressed until he take that tab from you and pays it. You get obsessed when I like a man. He sends pics of him with other women, doesn't invest in me, and it's destroyed your confidence. He is rich and attractive. How do I detach? Please. Okay, you don't love yourself. You start loving yourself. Okay. If you're not obsessed over yourself, you're doing it all wrong. Because when you're obsessed over yourself, you cannot obsess over another man. You cannot obsess over a man if you're obsessed over yourself. It won't let you. So become obsessed with yourself and have several men texting you. So when one sends you a pic with another woman, it doesn't matter. You got 2 more. You're asking me how to build your self-esteem and your confidence? I'm telling you. Write it down and go do it. Get you 3. Become obsessed with yourself. You'll be the prize and the main character. Otherwise, you're going to keep continuous on the stupid pygmisha cycle that you're on. Flip the script. Love yourself. Become obsessed with yourself. Look too good. Have 3. You understand? That's it. That's the formula. Don't do it. Don't come back and ask me how. I just told you. Of course, pygmisha will be obsessed over a man. You don't love yourself, not obsessed over yourself, and he's the prize. Get it together. All right? Become obsessed over yourself. Every day, get up, put energy and effort into what you look like, what you got on, what your hair looks like, what your makeup looks like. Go get 2, 3 other ones. Stop getting obsessed over one that don't even like you. Like yourself enough to have options. Okay? Like yourself enough to have options. Like yourself enough to be obsessed over you, since nobody else is. How is somebody supposed to like you and be obsessed over you if you don't even like you and obsessed over you? 0 people are going to do that unless you do it first. Listen, and I'm telling you the key. Become obsessed over yourself. Forget men right now. Forget them. They don't like you anyway. Like yourself first. Then they might start liking you because you feel worthy of being liked because you like yourself. Thank you. Indaska? Thank you, ma'am. Men can tell a woman that don't love themselves a mile away, and they will treat you as such. When men come in contact with you, they already know you don't like yourself. So they're going to treat you the way you treat yourself. Okay? So you better treat yourself better. You say, how do you get new streams of fear of income without fear of messing up? Girl, stop fearing. All the people that do stuff don't worry about that kind of crap. They just do it. Okay? Just make wise decisions. Don't make dumb decisions. That's it. Start small and grow instead of starting big and failing. Do you understand? It's simple. If you're scared of everything, you ain't never going to get nowhere. Just do it anyway. Invest a little instead of a lot. You can grow, can't you? It's easier to grow. Easier to grow than to lose. Start off small. Stop trying to do too much. Stop trying to impress everybody. Impress yourself first. This is what happens when people try to impress people by starting businesses. Your business is your business. Okay? Not everybody else's business. It ain't theirs. They don't need to know what you're doing until you are successful. Listen to what I'm telling you. Most of y'all nowadays want to start off y'all business all big, want to start off your extra stream of incomes all big and extra. Trying to tell everybody and their mama. No. Start off small and grow it. There's no fear in that. There's only fear in trying to do too much and then failing. There's no fear in starting off small and growing. So try that instead. Okay, y'all be trying to do too much. That's the whole. Less is more sometimes. And it will grow over time. There's no fear in growing something a little bit at a time. You know what? It's kind of like a plant. If you buy an expensive plant and you water it and you try to give it plant food and it still dies, that's a waste of money. You failed. You're not a gardener. You suck. But if you buy a little seed and you plant it in a little pot next to your window and it starts to sprout, and every day you give it a little water until eventually you have to plant it in a pot, and then you plant it in the ground, and then it starts growing and growing and growing and growing, and you have a tree now. There's no fear in that. But there is fear in spending a lot of money on a plant that's already, big and growing, and then you fail it by not being able to take care of it, So you grow it from a seed, or you grow it small, or you grow a little bit at a time. Stop trying to do too much. That's the point. People always want to shine before it's time. You say you called your man Free Food Freddy? Good for you, man. Did he laugh? Can you give a summary of things that we should never tell others when they ask? Yeah, stuff that they don't need to know. And if you don't know, just lie about everything. Okay? When people are asking you questions and interrogating you, they're gathering information on you in order to use against you later or to trigger you later. So tell them lies. That way, they can't trigger you and they can't use anything against you later. You understand? Simple as that. Especially if you know you're not going to be dating this person long. It doesn't even matter. Y'all be on date 1 with Free Food Freddy telling them your life story. Shut up and tell them nothing. Or tell them somebody else's life story. I don't care. They ain't going to remember it anyway unless they're trying to use it against you. It's none of their business, darling. You know what's their business? Your bill they want. If they want business, give them the bills. Tell them how much your bills are. That's some good tea right there. You understand? They want to know so much about you. Tell them that. Tell them your due dates on them bills. How you doing? Did this apply for family too? Yes, it does. Lie. Or don't say nothing. Y'all want to be so good and so nice and then wonder why people take advantage of you. Y'all want to be so forthcoming, so good and so nice, and you wonder why people take advantage of you. Easy targets. Okay. If I was a bad person and I said, I need somebody stupid, dumb, and will tell me everything I need to know and don't know how to say no, who will I go to? Who will I find? Where's the dummy at? Did you understand? Don't be that person. Be the last person people want to go to. Be the last person people want to go to. When they need something, be the last person. Except your kids, of course. Be the first person they will need to go to. But with everyone else, be the last person that they want to come to. All right. How to make people reach out when it comes to work. For projects, I do most of the work, but people reach out to my teammates instead of me. They don't think you're capable of solving their issue. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Maybe you don't communicate well, or they don't think you're capable of answering their questions. I don't know. Or maybe they're intimidated by you. Maybe you're smart. They don't want to look stupid in presence. It could be many things. You need to evaluate yourself and ask yourself, if I was someone else, why would I not approach me? What is it about me that people don't want to be bothered with? Maybe you'll figure it out. Okay. So, being desirable as a man, other than your money, is very hard work. You know what I like to look at? What fictional characters that I like to look at for men being desirable? Not the fairy tale Prince Charming, not him at all, because that's unrealistic. the type of men that I like, they're not perfect. The type of men that are desirable are not perfect by any means. So you got to understand that. Yeah, of course, the beast. But in more fictitious, in more fiction, okay, men that aren't perfect, men that have their own issues, of course, but they don't hold it against you. They don't blame you for it. You know what I'm saying? Right here, Vampire Diaries. Stephen Salvador, Edward Cullen, Mr. Darcy, I'm from The Office, The Beast, and Ian from Jim from The Office, and The Beast from Beauty. Okay, so vampires, TV show characters, The Beast. Somebody said Chuck Bass. Yeah, you see those Gomez Adams. Yes. What do all these men have in common? What do a vampire, Gomez Adams, and Chuck Bass, and the Beast all have in common? I'll tell you what they have in common. They're gentlemen first. Yeah. They know what they want. Of course, they're providers, but they're gentlemen and they know what they want. And they're gentlemen through and through. Someone said they're still outcast, but they're still gentlemen and they don't blame other people for their problems. They take accountability. So what do? What do all these people have in common that are desirable? Vampires, the Beast, Chuck Bass. Who else did you say? The Beast. You said Eric from True Blood. Yeah, they're all gentlemen. They all take accountability for their actions. They're not perfect, but they are gentlemen. And they are providers and need nothing from you. They're far from perfect. And they're also fictional. Exactly. But if men wanted something to follow, they should study that. You don't have to be no simp, but you got to have some manners. You got to be a gentleman, and you have to take accountability. And stop blaming everybody for your problems. And of course, you got to be a provider. That just comes along with the territory of being a gentleman. You said Rick from Yellowstone. Mm-hmm. What should you do if he has money but is greedy with it? Be stingy with yourself. He's stingy, you stingy. Okay? Be stingy with your time and your presence. Let's see what happens. Men don't look at fictional stories to try to be a woman's fantasy. They took what? They too busy looking at corn. Of course. So that's why, as women and as natural influencers of society, as the natural influencers of society, you have platforms all over the internet in order to get that message across. You can get your message across faster than they can. Do you understand? You said, get them into it. Yes. You can go scroll through Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and find all these women who are living in a cottage, baking fresh bread every morning in a milkmaid outfit, writing letters to her friends, and I don't know, doing whatever, growing some type of garden. Okay, they're living in their own fantasy world. And I'm not saying that men have to do something similar, but if they want to put on makeup and be the prize and wear purses, they can also become fictional characters as well to become more desirable. Okay? Putting on makeup and putting on a purse ain't going to make you more desirable to a woman, only to another man. So they need to understand what makes a man more desirable. And it ain't that. Okay? It ain't wearing bling. It ain't wearing a man purse. It ain't putting makeup on your face. It ain't getting a fake hairline. It's none of that. Go study true gentlemen. Go study the true gentlemen of fictional writing or TV shows. They're not perfect, but they do take accountability. They're always a gentleman. They treat people like human beings, and most of them got some money. Okay? And they're hard on themselves when they don't live up to their own standards, which they actually have for themselves. So if a bunch of women got online and made TikTok reels or Instagram reel talking about what I desire most in a man and start talking about it, men are so stupid, they're going to fall in line with it because men always follow what women want. We have all the power. They're not going to fight against it unless they want to roll around with each other. He said passport bros are hurt with the hairline. Girl, don't talk to me about nobody that peaked in high school and couldn't get his money up afterwards. Passport bros literally peaked in high school and couldn't do nothing else afterwards. No thanks. We don't even count them as options, okay? So why are we talking about them, darling? Yeah, don't ask me about no jobs. I don't work, darling. I don't have a boss, so I don't know how to act in some type of like environment with bosses and stuff. I'll just quit. It's not for me. I quit. Goodbye. That's what I would say to my boss or anybody that or I'd just cuss them out. And if you fire me, great, whatever. I don't care. Don't take jobs seriously. Yeah. If a man doesn't take accountability, blames you for stuff, and wants to be the prize, he's not for you. He's for him. You understand? He's for him, not you. What if he says he doesn't care about money? He's a lawyer. It's like, well, it's a good thing I do. I care about your money. How much you gonna spend on me? How you doing? Having a sense of humor goes a very long way. Okay. You can't see me curse someone out. Well, I just might read them very, very mean if I don't use any curse words. I'll just say some really hurtful words. He said, any tips on overweight women attracting quality men? You need to find men that like overweight women. There's some out there. You just got to go find them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But some men will target you if you're overweight because they think you also have low self-esteem. So you have to figure out why and if it's genuine or not, which is kind of, a hassle if you're just trying to date. You don't need to be trying to figure out if someone's, trying to date you because you have low standards and no self-esteem or if they really like them. So my take on it is get to know someone first, be more friendly with them first, Then develop a relationship the old-fashioned way instead of jumping right into anything. Anytime you jump right into some type of romantic relationship, it's literally not genuine anyway. So build a friendship with that person. Let them see you as an individual, as a person, as a human being, and let them start to develop feelings for you naturally. Because a lot of times, most of the men will go by what society deems is attractive, and they're going to be attracted to what society tells them to be attracted to. Do you understand? Because they care about what other men think more than they care about what women think. Okay? So just remember that. Hi, Shira. How do I break up with your boyfriend of 6 years? You feel bad because he's not a bad person, never cheated, but helps. But I need someone to fully provide. Just tell him. Tell him what you want and what you know he can't afford. And so you rather let him go than to sit there and blame him for not being able to do what you need him to do. So write down everything you want done. And he's gonna be like, I can't do none of this. And it's like, exactly. I would rather not hold you accountable for holding me back. This is what I need done in the next 5 years. We're on different timelines. This is why I say stop dating men your own age, because y'all are on completely different timelines. You should date 10 to 15 years older than you. Why? Because y'all are going to be on different timelines. When you're 22 and he's 22, in 5 years, you're going to want maybe to marry, maybe to start having kids, maybe to move to the suburbs and get you a little SUV. And he's not. He ain't going to be ready for that, financially or mentally. So you're not on the same timeline. Do you understand? You said don't listen to pick me women and stay with him. Girl, you can stay with him if you want. You're just gonna be wasting time and energy because he can't do nothing. He's not gonna be. If a man already has food, somebody to roll around on the mattress with, somebody to do his laundry, why does he need to level up his money? What's the point? Why he need to level up his money if he already got a maid? A man has a free maid and someone to roll around on the mattress with doesn't need to up his money, darling. Do you not understand? Think about this. If you as a grown woman had a maid, an attractive man to do all the things you need him to do with you on the mattress with, you had food and shelter, and somebody cooked for you every day, would you even aspire to be a better person financially? No. Why? Because you got everything you need. You're living in heaven already. Only a pygmisha would sit there and be somebody's maid and build him up. And then when he get tired of looking at your maid self, your Barbara the Builder self, he's going to be on to the next. Thank you for the free service, ma'am. But you're not the one. Okay? Pygmisha will stay with anything just to say she got a man. Remember that. Pygmisha will go out of her way to tell you about the men that don't even like her. Y'all won't even be talking about men, and she'll try to bring up her boyfriend who don't even claim her. You ever talk to one of them type of chicks? Y'all be doing something, and she's like, "Oh my man texted me," and he probably requested some money, but she ain't gonna tell you that part. Oh yeah, my man. Your man don't even claim you, man. It's always the pygmishas that's bringing up they man. And they man don't even bring up them. So, what your man sent you? A grocery list? Dummy. Oh, that's my man texting me right now. Girl, he won't leave me alone. Girl, he sent you the grocery list, cash app request, and telling you that he's going on a boys trip. That's what he sent you. But you didn't tell them all that. You just pick me up. No, you're not. He gonna lie and tell you, oh, he got some traffic tickets and he got warrants out. And unless he pay them tomorrow, he gonna have to go spend a week in jail. And you, being a pygmisha that you are, you have to prevent that somehow. And you're gonna be like, oh no, I can't let my mans go to jail for a whole week. What will I do without him? So guess what you gonna do, pygmisha? You gonna get to the bank. You gonna get him his little money to pay off his fake warrant. I'm telling y'all some of these Dusty's tricks. Some of y'all be falling for him and don't even realize it. Be like, have fun in jail. I need a break from you anyway, Dusty. Then now they gonna have to really go find a place to go stay for a week. Then they're gonna be like, oh, I bought another week. I talked to the people and they said they're gonna give me another week. Good for you. Hope you find the money. You're having flashbacks from your being a former pygmy? I'm so sorry. Did I trigger your flashback? Yes. Remember, if you're not the prize in the relationship, you shouldn't be in the relationship. Think about it. As a woman, if you're not the prize in the relationship, you don't need to be in a relationship. Next. If you're not the prize in your relationship and you stay in that relationship, you're the victim. And don't say I didn't tell you. Said, why are there so many Dusties nowadays? Because there's so many pygmishas. Pygmishas enable dust. Okay, they're an enabler. A woman that's so desperate to have a man will enable him to stay dusty. Okay, the natural progression of a man is to want more in life. Okay, you used to have money, car, a place to live before you could even approach a woman. You know, y'all have made it so easy for these Dusties to have you that they don't aspire to be much anymore. Just a warm body next to your pygmisha self. You know? So you don't give them much to aspire for anymore, pygmishas, and you take care of them and enable them from reaching their manhood. That's why. You become their mothers. And they will never be your man. They will always stay your sons. Dibs on mansion and pet sitting for a next luxury getaway. Keeping the estate expensive, darling. Okay, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, Chelsea. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Girl, I have pet sitters already. But thank you. Wanting a family unit above all else. You can't be desperate for anything. When you're desperate for something, people will hold it over your head. So you try to avoid telling people that. Okay. If you want a family so bad, don't tell anybody. Zip it. Don't even tell the man. You understand? The less they know, the easier it is for you to get what you want. Let it fall in place naturally. Stop telling everybody your plans. If you want a family and you got a man who got some money and you rolling around with him on that mattress, you might have a family sooner rather than later. Make sure you have a wedding first. Make sure you got a ring on that finger too. But never tell anyone your intentions. Okay? Just go ahead and make it happen step by step. You ain't got to tell nobody your plans. Why does this guy call me but doesn't say anything? For real, how do I ask for something? You just ask for something as soon as you answer the phone. I'm so glad you called. Oh my gosh. I'm at the store right now and I'm trying to use my credit card and oh my gosh, it's not going through. Can you hurry up and cash at me right now? The total is this much money. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for calling. I was waiting on your call. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Send it right now. That's what you say to him next time you call. You hear me? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You know why? Because if he ain't got nothing to say and he's sitting over there wasting your time, he might as well be useful and beneficial. You know? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. What should I do if my provider daughter doesn't like me? I don't think that matters. I think that I don't know how old the daughter is, but I don't really think it matters. Most people ain't gonna like people that they don't like. You can grow on people. Just stick around and be unbothered. Like for me, I'm unbothered. I don't care if people like me or not. I'm gonna stick around and get what I need to get. Do you understand me? I'm not trying to be everybody's bestie. All right. If you stop trying to get approval from everybody and just stay unbothered about who like you and who don't like you, it won't even matter. He like you, that's all that matters. That's it. Stop caring so much. There you go. What if he gets out? Yeah, but so what if he gets out? What he going to do? Do you know how easy it will be for him to go back? Oh, y'all talking about each other and some jailbirds, I see. Mm-hmm. 6-year relationship. He had a kid with a woman, just found out the kid is 2 years old. Okay. Are y'all married? If not, what do you need out of it? You need a car. You need to get to the dealership. Does he want to keep the relationship he's in with you? How much is he willing to pay? How much is he willing to do in order to keep you? That's the question you need to be asking now. Avoidant boyfriends pays your bills, broke up with you 5 times. I don't go back this time. He shut down. Need to move out, but I have nowhere to go. Well, you should have thought about that first. First of all, you sound like your man is bipolar. Second of all, it seems like he don't have enough money for you to be claiming him. Okay? Because paying your bills is not the same thing as stacking your bank account to be bothered with that much issues. You know? Was he stacking your bank account? And how many bills did you have? Was it enough to stack your bank account? Did you have any fake bills in order to stack your bank account? And where was your backup then? Don't I get on here every day and teach y'all to have a backup? Every day I get up on here. Every time I get up on the screen, what do I tell y'all? Every time. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't be stupid. Start a business with the money that he's giving you or the money you're saving. Why don't y'all ever listen to that part? Do I need to just talk about that and only that so y'all can hear it? I told y'all what to do. You didn't listen. Have more than one. Always have a backup plan and a backup man. Y'all so adamant about being faithful to somebody that don't even like you. Be the villain in the story. Win. Because in every love story, in every man versus woman, in every type of relationship issue, who wins at that game? Who wins in the matter of love and relationship? Who always wins? The villain. So might as well be one. If you want to win in your relationship, you have to be the villain. Think about it. All these men y'all be running behind, chasing behind, pining over, wanting back, thinking about years and decades later. Weren't they the villain in the relationship? You got to be the villain. And I'm not talking about the emotional, overacted villain. I'm talking about the villain that wins, the one that's calm with a smirk, the one that has a backup plan, the one that already knows what they're doing way in advance. I'm talking about the one that already got an extra one on the side, baby. I'm talking about the true villains, not the ones that you think that you're representing. Okay? Don't be the victims, be the villains. That's how you win in relationships. Do you ever notice when someone paints you out in the relationship and you got the better end of the deal in the relationship that they paint you as the villain? Exactly. So why don't you just be one and get the better end already? And no one else has to retell your story. Okay? But would you deal with and avoid it? I'd deal with his money. I would avoid him, but I would not avoid his money. Do you understand? I don't treat people who avoid me as people. I treat them as exactly what I need from them. If they're going to avoid me, they're avoiding conflict, maybe. If you're an overreactor, they might just be avoiding conflict. But if I get some money out of them, I'm going to get the money out of them and avoid them as well. A lot of men are avoided because they're avoiding conflict. Y'all are overreactors. Y'all can't control your emotions. Everything is a big deal. I'll be avoiding too. If I had to deal with this generation of women today, I would literally be avoidant too because y'all are doing too much. Y'all don't have a backup man or a backup plan. Y'all don't value yourselves on the highest level. So you're more concerned about a man than they're even concerned about you. You know, if they like a picture on Instagram, it's going to be the third degree. I'd be avoidant too. I'd be scared too. But you know what? If you love yourself as a woman, if you have your own life, you have your own goals, your own hobbies, you don't have time to worry about what picture a man liked on Instagram. But you do have time to see and check that bank account and see what he done sent you. Okay? When you get a hold to a man's phone, you're not looking through social media. You're not looking through DMs. You're looking through Cash App, sending yourself some. Do you understand? You're the prize. Not him. Y'all quick to tell me and other people, oh, that man thinks he's the prize. Well, are you treating him like one? Are you watching his every move? Are you paranoid about his every move on Instagram? Then he must be the prize. Are you so insecure that you can't breathe if he's following 5 women and you could be following 20 men locally that have money? You're not the prize. You might think you're the prize, but if you're not acting like the prize and you're treating them as the prize, that's why they're confused, ladies. You're doing too much. You don't value yourself enough. You don't love yourself enough. You're too male-centered. And when you center a man, they are the prize. So some of y'all might be talking about, oh, a man is not the prize. That's true. But if you're male-centered, they sure are. They're the prize to you because you over there sitting there stalking them, overreacting over them, giving them ultimatums, looking through their stuff. That sounds like a prize to me. So y'all got to reevaluate yourselves and how you're reacting. A prize don't need to do all of that. The prize is chased, sought after, maintained, not ignored, not being avoided. Listen to what I'm telling you. Y'all are doing too much. Doing way too much. You said you have to emotionally detach. You shouldn't emotionally attach to someone who's doing nothing for you. Y'all be claiming dust who hasn't spent a dime on you. You don't claim someone that doesn't even like you enough to spend money on you. You don't claim anything. That's not your man. I don't care if they say that, oh, you're my girlfriend. Okay, well, here go my bills. Because boyfriends get bills. You know, you got your standards too. And if you don't have no standards, that's why y'all are stuck in relationships that aren't beneficial, that you're attached to someone who's doing nothing for you because you don't have no standards. If you have standards, the type of man that you agree to be in a relationship with is going to be beneficial to you. If you have no standards, you'll be in a relationship with anybody. Anybody. They don't have to do nothing for you. They'll just say, oh, well, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? And you'll say, yes, you're cute. Done nothing for you. When there's an emergency situation, when you need them, when they don't come through, they can't help you, then who you gonna ask? You gonna take care of it yourself? You gonna go ask another person? What are you attached to? What are you attached to? Another person that does nothing and is sitting there useless? Somebody that's gonna lie to you and tell you what you need to hear until you find out that they're useless? What you attached to? Why giving ultimatum, pick me, because you don't have options? Think about it. If you have options, you don't need to get no ultimatum. You just go to the next. Let them figure it out, what they want. I guarantee you, if someone had a richer option and their relationship and their situation failed, if they just took themselves and put themselves in that next option, they would automatically win. Listen to what I'm telling you. You need a backup. You need to be the villain. Listen to what I'm telling you. If you had a backup, you would be winning. Always need backup. That's what they're for. Just like a spare tire. You ain't gonna be left stranded on the road. You need a backup. Thank you. Call the advice that you give me. What? Thank you. Call the advice that you give my provider bought me 2 homes. You're getting a new car next month. I have 3 of his credit cards. Good for you, Miss Sherry. Miss Henry. I know that's right. Or Miss S. Henry, however you pronounce it. I'm glad you're getting your stuff. As you should. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So, listen to me carefully, ladies. Write this down 10 times over and over and read it to yourself every night. Have a backup man and a backup plan. I don't care how good you think something is going. Have a backup man that has more money. Okay. He can be old, he could be ugly, he could be gross. I don't care. What's his money looking like? And will he do what you need him to do? That's all that matters. Or he can be handsome. Maybe he doesn't want a full-fledged relationship, but he will be your backup if you should need him. You know what I mean? So, have one. Have a backup man. If you don't have one, work on getting one. It's easy to have a backup man when they don't want a full-fledged relationship. If they're of a certain age, they could be younger or older, but they'll be there if you need them, but they're not going to be there to be your emotional support pit and live with you and let you go through their phones and all that kind of stuff, but they'll be there if you need them. You know what I'm saying? So, some of y'all have to realize you need a backup man. You need one. Stop thinking there's only one for you, because men don't think like that at all. Men never say there's only one woman for me. They're always constantly looking at other women, whether it's online, in real life, um, wherever. They're always constantly checking them out and imagining what it would be like to be with them. So do yourself a favor and have you a good old backup man with some backup money for you, and have your own backup plan and your own little backup businesses and your own little backup money too. Always have a backup. Always. Because the villain always wins in relationships. Remember that. Now, so they say nice guys finish last, nice women finish last. What time is it? Okay. Now, what makes a man more desirable? When he can give you and do anything you need him to do without complaining, without asking you for anything, because he genuinely wants you comfortable and happy in his presence. Understand? Those things make a man desirable, when they want you comfortable. When you ain't got to look around and find other stuff that you need, when they got you, you know? If they make you feel uncomfortable, unsafe, you can't depend on them, they've fallen short of what you need. And it doesn't matter if you agree to stay with someone who falls short of what it is that you need from them. You know, you're doing yourself a disservice. Or you can go get somewhere else, you know? Hmm. So y'all need to pick up my perfume as well. Love Potion number 7. You said you got the pheromones? Yeah, you can also get the pheromones. Also, I think they're linked in the description as well. But here's pheromones, or you can get the small, like, travel size bottle. Use my code Shira, and you can save money on HogueCosmetics.com. Spelled like this, HEAUX.com. They're pheromones, and they definitely help men act the way they need to act around you. There's a quiz on there you can take on the website, and it'll tell you which ones are best for you based on the situations you need. But also pick up Love Potion number 7, my perfume fragrance. And you can layer it with any of the pheromones, because the pheromones don't really have a scent. That way you can't clock them. Nobody knows what you're wearing. It's just there naturally, and you can pair it with any of your favorite perfumes. Okay. What to do if he tells you to start contributing on dates? Break up. Oh, you know what? This is done. I like providers. This is such a turnoff. I don't even want to date you no more. Break up. Time to break up. He don't know who you are. He wasn't paying attention. That's like asking a vampire to go out during the daytime and the sunrise without his sunlight ring. If you're into Vampire Diaries, it's just dumb. It doesn't make sense. He's stupid. He gave me monthly gifts, money, but breaks up with me after every disagreement 5 times. Then stop disagreeing with him. What you arguing for? He giving you money? Talk to another man if you want to argue. Talk to a broke man if you want to argue. Okay, go argue with a brokey. I told you what men are like. Men are egotistical. That means they are in competition. They want to win. If you win the money, you won. If you're going to argue about every stupid little thing, you're an emotional reactor. Get the money, go do whatever you want, keep collecting. If you want to live with somebody, you need to understand this. Men are egotistical. They want to win the argument. If there is no argument, there's nothing to win. Say less and you're more powerful. Okay. Understand this. The 48 laws of power. Robert Greene. There you go. Okay. Shut your mouth. Let them think that they won. Collect their money. If there's nothing to argue with, there's nothing to argue about. And you still go do what you want elsewhere. Do you understand? What are you even arguing about? I'm not going to argue with someone I don't care about. I'm literally not going to waste my breath. I don't care enough about him to even argue with him. He done broke up with you 5 times. Y'all are playing this stupid back and forth crap. Just get his money. Men are egotistical. You're not going to win. That's their whole plight, is to win. Think they're better than you. Think they're smarter than you. Let them think that while they pay you. And meanwhile, go do whatever you want. Okay? Y'all are trying to be right when you just need to be right somewhere else while you're collecting their money. Do you understand? So if we're going to argue about something, I'm not going to argue back and forth with somebody whose only intention is to win and not to listen. I don't care. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear, collect my money, and go talk to someone that is intelligent enough to respond intelligently back. Do you understand? That's what I'm going to go do. Don't go talk to the other one, ma'am. What other man at? Why don't you go talk to him? Appeal to him. And get his money too. See, that's what a smart woman would do. A smart woman would realize the type of loser man she has. He's egotistically driven, wants to win the argument, doesn't care to listen to you, wants to win. Collect his money and go talk to your backup man and collect his too. That's the plan. Make it happen. You're 48. You've been single for 7 years. What? You listen to me? Oh, religiously. You're losing weight, working on your level up. Any strategies for me? Keep going. I mean, it sounds like you're on the right path. Don't look for a perfect man. Look for a provider man. Do you understand? There ain't no perfect man out there, but they got some money. Deal with a man who likes you 10 times more. You know the targets. They're not going to look like Prince Charming. You're probably not going to want to post them up online. Do you understand? So, know your targets. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, stop spamming. I'm telling you what to do. Young people don't listen. They have to find out the hard way. Some young people listen. Some of y'all listen. Some of y'all are stubborn and don't want to listen. I'm telling you, you need a man on the side. The man that you're with wants to win. He doesn't care about what you're talking about. Let him win. Get your money. If you want to move out, move out. But make sure you get you a backup man with a backup plan first, or get you a backup job or a backup business and make your own money if you want to sit there and argue with the egotistical maniac who just wants to win and not listen. You keep doing the same thing over and over and over and getting the same results over and over and over. And you come in here and ask me the same question over and over and over. And I tell you the same thing over and over. You stuck in a time loop, ma'am, of stupidity. Now you can figure it out how to get out of the time loop. Let me know. Is Groundhog Day over there or something? Or they got a new movie now called Naked. It's like Groundhog Day, but with Marlon Wayans. He wake up every day in the same situation. And until he do stuff right and different, he can't get out of it. Same thing with you, man. Unless you change something, you're not getting out of it. All right. I mean, somebody got to break it down to you because you ain't seeing it. Mhm. How to ask a man for rent money? Start talking about how much your rent costs, but don't say it's for your rent. It's like, talk about what they do, like, "Oh, how's your day? Oh, you must be very, good at your job. Oh, I'm so impressed by your intelligence and your job. Da, da, da. Oh, that I'm sure that pays really well. Okay. Do you think name the price of the rent. Do you think $4,000 is a lot of money? Is $4,000 a lot of money to you? I'm just trying to see, like, because I asked some friends and they think $200 is a lot of money. Some people say that's nothing, it's Trump change. Some people think $2,000 is a lot of money. I'm curious, what do you think is a lot of money? Do you think $4,000 is a lot of money? Let him answer. Let him boost his own ego so you can ask him for that money later. Oh no, $4,000 of money? $4,000? It's not a lot of money. I spend that like every 2 days. Oh no, no, you. So it's not a lot of money to you? Oh, no, that's not a lot at all. I use that in the stock market and lose that every other day. What? Wow. You just opened the pathway to ask him for a large amount of money. And his ego will not let him say no. Now that he thinks $4,000 is not a lot of money. Okay, so you got to appeal to his ego first. Then you ask. He is 20 years older than you and not attractive, but rich and power status. Women want him. How to stay secure. Men want you too, if you look good. Stay secure by looking better than women or looking just as good as to go get another powerful man. You understand? Because you also need a backup eventually. You need a friend zone to back up, somebody waiting in line to beat a backup. You need to be able to have options of the same status as that man. So you can literally start a business with the money that man's giving you while you're dating him. You're secure because you can go get another one. That's why. Okay. Why is it some men will give expensive gifts, but when I ask for money, they're hesitant because they think you're using them and they're not in control of that. So set them up like I did with their ego. Set them up with their ego first. That way they have to do what you need them to do. Okay. Like I told the woman before about the ask if they think this much money is a lot of money. Their ego is going to mess them up every time. You understand? So when you ask them for that amount of money or less, if it's not a lot of money to them, obviously, because they've explained that $4,000 isn't a lot of money or $2,000 isn't a lot of money. And when you ask them for it, they can't say no or don't want to say no because they just sit there and bragged about how it's not a lot of money. You know? So therefore, you got to set them up by using their ego against them. Always use a man's ego against him. Okay? He will fight to the death to defend that ego. Do you understand? You're more likely to get that money out of a man if you use his ego first. Okay? Because then they'll think that they look stupid, like a hypocrite, like they really do think that that's a lot of money and then they were just lying to impress you in the first place in order to save themselves and their ego and their reputation and how they look around other people, especially if other people is around. They're gonna have to say yes. And make them act on right then and there. Pull out your phone, get your Cash App ready. Make sure you're next to the ATM or something. Okay? Make sure they act upon it right then and there. Have your bank app up on the phone. You can literally Google, a lot of stuff, download a lot of apps in order to get that man money right in there from your phone. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. All he got to do is open up that app on his bank account, send money. You give him your information. There you go. Or he can open up that Cash App and he can send you money right then and there. Okay, how can I take advantage of my age, 22, and my beauty without men expecting anything in return? Get old men who don't expect nothing in return, but be in your presence. Let me tell you something. The younger you are, if you get an old man, the less likely they want you to roll around on the mattress with them because they're going to be embarrassed. Okay? So if you're a young woman and you don't want to roll around, the older you go, the less likely you'll have to roll around. The younger you go, the more likely you're going to have to roll around. So you need a geezer. Okay? That's the formula. You're 22, 55 and up, ma'am. 60 and up. Okay? They're going to be so embarrassed for you to see all them spots and wrinkles and everything on. They're gonna invest in you heavily, parade you around like they got something going on. You're gonna boost their social status. They're not gonna roll around. They're gonna be too embarrassed. This stuff probably don't even work good no more. They're gonna be like, dang, I got to compete against a 22-year-old guy he's probably slept with like, months before. I'm too old. They're gonna be insecure in their own minds as old men. You need a geezer. Okay? Get you a geezer. They ain't finna ask you to roll around no time soon because they're embarrassed. You get you a 30-something, a 40-something, or a 50-something, they're going to be trying to roll around by date 3. All right? Because that's all they want from you. A geezer just wants the social status that you bring to them to make them wish for younger days, to make them still feel relevant. They're not going to rush you to the mattress because they're not wanting that embarrassment. Okay? Spins on my kids, not but Lil on me. Leave, girl. If he spins on your kids and not you, you know why he there, and you ain't that stupid, and somebody need to slap your face. All right. Lady Death, thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle. Thanks for the super sticker. Tell this woman. Somebody tell her, because I think she on the little bus. She say he pay for her kids, but don't spend that on her. Should she leave? Ma'am, you need to slap yourself. Because ain't nobody there to slap you. You need to go ahead and slap yourself and wake up. Okay? Y'all get on my nerves. Y'all introducing these kids to these men. Y'all get on my nerves. Y'all get on my last nerve. Y'all such a pick me. Y'all got to bring y'all kids into it, and they don't even like y'all. They like them kids. Somebody, you need to slap yourself for that one, ma'am. All right. Sprinkle. What would you tell a 20-year-old who is pretty but doesn't know and is committed to an older man, but he isn't as committed? I would say tell her to have a backup man with some money. Like I tell all of y'all. I'll tell her the same thing. Get you some money and have a backup. How to ask him for something and break no contact. I'm going to be contacting somebody else. That's how. I'm going to have what I need already from elsewhere because I'm going to have a backup. By the time he find out, it won't even matter. Okay. You say he's pushing 60 and want to roll out on the mattress? Well, give him some insecurities to think about. Tell him, I don't like to roll around on the mattress until I'm fully in love, which means I fully feel safe and comfortable in the relationship, which means all bills are paid, which means I trust the man and he's invested into me heavily and that we have a lot in common and that we see a future together. Otherwise, I can't roll around. It doesn't feel right. My body won't enjoy it. It tenses up. I can't feel safe around a man that I'm not in love with. And in order for me to be in love, name all them standards. Okay. I have to be debt free. Otherwise, how can I be in love with a man who won't even save me from debt? Okay. You don't love me enough. How can I be in love with you when you don't love me enough to pay all my bills? You don't love me enough for me to be in love with you. So you want me to tell this man, if you want me to be in love with you and be comfortable rolling around on the mattress with you, here's a list of things to do. And when they get to the last one, guess what? Aunt Ethel is going to have a problem. She's going to need you immediately. And he's going to have to start all over the next time you talk to him. Okay? Because of a family emergency. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You providers on business events, but I can't lie and say I'm not successful or rich. Yes, you can. You can lie. You can say that, you know, you can go to a whole nother event where men don't know who you are. Or you can find people that have way more money than you and talk to them. So where your money don't even phase them. There's always someone more successful in the room, right? And if not, you get in another room. What do you do when an older man 70 plus flirts with you and his wife is close by? I want the bag. The wife probably don't care, baby. The wife don't care. The wife don't want him rolling around with him no more. She probably done hung it up and don't even want to roll around with the mattress. He probably can't even roll around on the mattress. He probably wish he could, and that's all he's sitting over there doing is wishing and hoping and imagining. You want some money? Ask him. Tell him you're saving up for something and see if he wants to volunteer to donate. Okay? He can't do nothing, but he wishes he could. That's why he's looking at you. If he can do something, his wife sure don't want to do nothing no more. That's why he's looking at you. All right. If you should talk to that man one day, tell him what you're saving up for, projects that you're working towards, and see if he asks to donate. Because that's all he can literally do. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Now, a man that's desirable other than money, remember the checklist thing that I talked about? Make sure they're consistent with their behavior. Make sure you can check off that list of all their qualities 3 months in a row. When things start getting inconsistent, that's how you know it's an act and it's fake. All right. Thank you. Now, when a man makes sure that you're happy and comfortable and safe and feel safe in their presence, that's also a desirable quality and a trait that you need to look for. If they don't like you comfortable, if they don't like your nervous system comfortable, if they're always competing with you, if they're always telling you things that make you uncomfortable or make you feel insecure or unsafe, they don't like you. Okay. And a lot of women put up with those types of things because a man has money. Now, listen very carefully. A lot of women will put up with those things because a man has money. But think about this, and something that I tell y'all every single day. If a woman has a backup man and a backup plan and a man with money who's acting stupid and she has her own money, don't you think that she would not put up with that because she don't have to? You see what I'm saying now? So you don't have to put up with anything if you got that backup plan and that backup man. In fact, if you carry yourself as if you can replace that person at any given moment and you are unbothered by them and you don't be emotionally overreacted about everything they do, That's where your true power is. You don't care at all. They're going to want you to care. And the way that a man wants you to care is to react emotionally. And when you just won't do it and you won't act emotionally, the only way that they can get you to do what they want is to give you what you want. As a gay man, are you supposed to tap into your feminine energy to attract a provider man? Well, if you are a feminine gay man, of course. If you're a masculine gay man, you probably need to be the provider. If you're a masculine gay man and you like masculine gay men, I don't know, whoever the richest and the oldest need to be provided. Sprinkle. I mean, am I right? Or you need to go for a much older man who's got money, and obviously you're the prize. So it works the same way. Now, if you're a masculine man seeking another masculine man, then you need to seek an older masculine man and you need to play your boyish charms. You understand? You need to get your, what is it, Lestat on. Y'all watch the Vampire Lestat? You need to get your Lestat on. You said, do you have a mantra that you say to yourself every day? Main character energy. I'm the main character of this world in my life. Yeah, main character energy, baby. It's my world. It's my perspective, basically. Okay, you can only live from your perspective. So then, therefore, you are the main character. Okay? If you don't live your life as your own main character, you're missing out. You've been watching me for a few years and your lifestyle is getting better. Okay, ma'am. Carrie Lynn, that's wonderful. Okay. And I'm finna circle back around because listen to me very carefully, ladies. Because some of y'all just have really low IQs, nobody taught you, or you just don't care. So I'm going to help you out. Stop telling men you have kids. Stop bringing strange men or men in general around your kids. You know what? Men look for women that are stupid and desperate like y'all because they know they're your easy targets. Okay. So as soon as you meet a man and you start bringing up your kids, easy target. Desperate pick Misha will do whatever that man says in order for her to be accepted with her kids. I love my kids. They're my life. I don't want to enter into this relationship unless I'm lay it out on the table. I'm for my kids first. They don't need to know all of that, pick Misha. Okay? All you did was tell them exactly what they needed to hear. Shut your mouth. They are there to date you, not your family, not your kids. Do you understand? Because y'all are talking too dang much, trying to prove something that no one cares about. So who, I don't know. But what y'all need to do is shut your mouth and collect your money. Okay? Because y'all get on my last nerve with this Pygmisha BS. It's not cute. Nobody cares. They don't want to see pictures unless if they looking at them pictures with interest, you got a problem. Okay? Even your friends don't want to see your kids' pictures. Do you understand? Stop it. Okay? It's okay to lie. Repeat after me, ladies. It's okay to lie. It's okay to not tell people your entire life story or your business. It's okay to protect your kids. It's okay not to be an open, dumb pygmisha book. It's okay. Repeat after me. It's okay. I give you permission to lie. I give you permission to withhold information. I give you permission to have common sense and not be stupid. Okay? There. It's okay to lie. You lie to people all the time, but you can't lie to some stranger who don't even know with not so good intentions. Y'all be telling the truth to the wrong people. He said the world is a stage. Exactly. All right. If I see another pygmisha on TikTok or Instagram, I be really trying hard not to comment in them sections, you know? I might have to go get me an alias and go off. Because some of y'all are stupid. Y'all be getting on my nerves. All right. If men were such trustworthy, noble creatures, we wouldn't be having this whole channel at all. In fact, we'd be celebrating them, darling. So why would you give all your business to one? You know what I'm saying? All right. Because some of y'all are really silly out here. Y'all don't make no sense. How to be less emotionally reactive with provider. Let me tell y'all something. The reason why men don't tell y'all everything is because you're emotionally reactive. Okay? Think about this. When you were young and you lied to your parents, why did you lie to your parents? Because you knew what they were going to do, right? You knew what they were going to do if they knew the truth, right? That's why you lied to them, right? So think about this. As a man, they're going to lie to you. Why? Because they know how you're going to react because you've already react that way because you're predictable. They know you're an over emotional reactor, so they're going to lie to you so they don't have to get the stupid over emotional reaction that you're going to give. And so it just keeps getting worse and worse because you can't control yourself. All right? You just can't control yourself. So if I were a man and I had an over emotional reactor when they heard normal stuff, I'm not going to tell you anything. And if you find out and over emotionally react over there, it's better later than now, you know? So y'all have to understand why people keep things from you because you can't control your emotions. If you want people to open up to you and tell you more, stay unbothered, stay less reactive and see what happens. People start telling you everything when you're that person that sits back and doesn't care and stays unbothered. They don't tell you everything. And guess what? Or they're gonna be like trying to get a rise out of you because they can't. So they're just gonna tell you because they're not gonna have to walk on eggshells or fear your reaction. So when you're an overreacting person, no one wants to tell you nothing. Stay unbothered. Collect the information you need and use it strategically. New to dating, what kind of standards should you? High standards, okay? Never split a bill, never pay for no man, never give a man money. Make sure they're paying for you for every place you go. They start talking about splitting bills, it's time to split and go. You understand? That's what you need to know about dating. You never reach in your purse or your wallet in front of a grown, able-bodied man. If he likes you, he's trying to impress you. If he likes you as a human being, he's trying to impress you for the long term, not the short term. Okay? If he likes you as a mattress roller, he's trying to rush you in to rush you out. He's trying to impress you quick, fast, and in a hurry so he can get to that mattress and roll around you and roll you right out. If he likes you as a human being, he's trying to impress you over the long haul, investing in you, making sure you're happy and you're comfortable and you like him and you deem him worthy. Okay, that's what you need to learn about dating. And it's okay to lie. They don't need to know all your business. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. stay unbothered, and people will open up to you a lot more. When people don't fear you judging them or yelling at you, they tell you a lot more. You can get a lot more out of people. Okay? So practice that. Most of y'all's relationships probably failed because you couldn't control your own emotions. Okay. You said, what? You used my trick? You used my tip to pretend I was okay with something and I wasn't, to get the truth out of my husband and see how he really felt. Good for you, because that's how you have to do it. You got to trick them. If they're not scared of your reaction, they're most likely going to give you what you need, the information you need. You know, then you take it and do what you need to do with it later. It's called lying and acting. Learn how to do that, because some of y'all don't. Be handing all your cards, showing them all your hands and cards. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Miss Lady, thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Sure, you got married at 19, you're 23, 24, and my husband left me, and my 5-month-old said he's not happy, and we are here taking notes. Okay, I'm not actively seeking anything, though. I'm just enjoying myself and my daughter and armoring up. Okay, Miss Lady, sprinkle, sprinkle. First of all, why did you get married so young? That's very young to get married. Okay, your brain wasn't even finished fully developing, and it won't be until you're 25. So I don't feel like you should have gotten married that young, and I'm glad that you're able to live your life with, in freedom now, because that was way too young to get married. You know what I mean? So I always say people that get married really young, they end up divorced before the age of 30 anyway. So that's normal. Well, hopefully you and your daughter will, thrive, and you can be successful and all that. Put that fool on child support. Put that dude on child support. All right. And don't ever get remarried again unless it's for money only. Money only. All right. That's right. You said a woman asked a first date if she could bring her 17-year-old daughter on for a boat ride dinner, since she just graduated high school and was accepted to college. This man turned her down. I mean, he's trying to date the mom, not the daughter. And why would you bring another person on a date unless you don't like the man? That's kind of stupid. And plus, she's 17. What if it's 21 and up? Not smart. Just cancel the date and do it another time and go spend time with your kid, or promise your daughter to do something else with her another time and go on your date. Don't try to combine it all together. That's stupid. Right. You said that was your first order of business, child support? I know that's right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, dear men, we want y'all to lead. I think y'all be missing the point. That's a good point, TT. But you know what? Men don't know how to lead. That's the whole point. Not the men of this day. They're too busy playing tit for tat and competing with women. How can you lead someone you're in competition with? Makes no sense. If they know that their competition is a woman, they would feel more comfortable leading. But half of these men out here think that their competition is a woman. They're competing with women, not other men. You see, back in the day, men used to compete with other men, not women. If a man saw a wealthy man with a nice car and a beautiful home and a beautiful wife, that's competition. I want to be like that man. I want to know why he has money and I don't. I want to know how he got it. I want to get there one day. I want him to tell me how he did it. I'm going to go make friends with him. I'm going to go play golf with him. I'm going to, join a gym that he's at, and I'm going to work out in the treadmill next to him and start up a conversation and see what he's into. financially. That's how men used to do back in the day. Now they think that women are their competition and they can't lead their competition. So that's the problem. They're not that smart. Their ego would rather compete with a woman and still lose than to go ask a man that has more than him how he did it. That's how silly these men are today. I would have more respect for a man who went and introduced himself to another grown able-bodied man who had money and say, hey, dude, I like your style, I like how you roll. How'd you get this? Put me on. Versus talking about there's only 1% and there's not enough wealthy men to go around and you're not going to find that and you have too high standards. Sir, shut your rat mouth up and go ask that man who's in the 1% how he got there, fool. I don't need your rant. Because if you don't go ask that man how he got there, guess what? I am. Y'all gonna sit over here, these broke podcast bros gonna sit up here and talk about men that have more money than them. That's the 1%, ma'am. That's the 1%, ma'am. You're not gonna get that. You definitely ain't gonna get it because you ain't even trying to figure out how to get it. Why is the number so low? Because you ain't asking the right questions to the right people, sir. You supposed to be a leader? What you leading? The poor brigade? The poverty mind crew? What you lead? Not gonna get that. Sir, you ain't gonna get it because you ain't even gonna go ask how to go get it and how it was got. That's why y'all think women is y'all competitions because they run in circles around y'all because they have the intelligence to go up to somebody and say, hey, excuse me, 1% person, how'd you get it? Or they opened a book, where they hide knowledge, and they read it. But your stupid podcast, mic in the mouth having booties, gonna sit up here and spit out dumb statistics that don't make sense because you can't go ask a simple question to a man who is your competition. But instead, you target women and say stuff like, and that's all we hear. Ignorance coming out your mouth, okay? Y'all always ask me why I won't go on a podcast or debate because I don't talk to idiots. If you're too stupid to get out your own way, I have nothing to say to you. All right? I said what I said, and that's all you need to hear. I am not your competition. That man over there with my money is. That 1% dude who you keep talking about in all your dang podcast videos, that's your competition, sir. Because that's who's going to take your woman if she's available. I swear, men are just going in a circle on a hamster wheel. These podcast bros especially. But they like it because they like looking at somebody else's booty. A hamster behind another hamster on a hamster wheel. That's all they're doing. You said they believe the Illuminati did it. That's what they're going to say about y'all when y'all start leveling up your money too, ladies. They're going to say, oh, you're an Illuminati. You an agent. That's what they're going to say about y'all too. They're going to call you an agent. They're going to call you a part of the Illuminati. They're going to ask you if you done made a deal. Because now they see you as competition. That's an agent. That's a plant. That's an agent. That's a plant, sir. Why don't you go ask that agent or that plant how they got their money instead of focusing on them being an agent or a plant? Why don't you just go ask them how they got some money? That might be smarter. All these broke dudes automatically turn into conspiracy theorists overnight because they can't figure out how people are running circles around them so quickly. Because all you got to do is go ask. Rich people, especially people that just made it to be rich, love to share how they did it. But these broke dusties over here, they're not asking the right people the right questions. All they doing is going in a circle, not taking accountability and blaming everybody but themselves. So, what can you do? You pretend to speak in your earpiece. You heard the Dusty? Yeah, this Dusty is so important that we got to target him. That's right. We're on to you, Dusty. Your call center paycheck. The Dusty's on the move. He's discovered our secret. The heck? The Dusty's on the move. He discovered that we're agents. And he didn't discover no money, though, while he was at it, though. He didn't discover no type of money. Nope. But he discovered that we were agents. Yeah, he did extensive research, but he couldn't do no extensive research on how to up that money. Sure did. I mean, you have to laugh. It's funny because it's the truth. Oh, the Dusty's got the statistics in. He got the statistics about the 1%. Oh my gosh. He gathered all research and doesn't have a job in research. He's working for free out here. My goodness. Oh, he's going on a rant blaming the women again. Yep. Now you know it's bad luck for a woman to have more than a man. Well, you know what? Elon Musk got more money than me, so I guess I'm in luck. As long as Elon Musk got more money than me, I'm good, baby. Don't worry. You said you clocked him instantly. She was true dust repellent. Good for you. Yeah. You clocked him? Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. When any man start coming up with conspiracy theories and they don't have no money, they focused on the wrong thing. Okay. They need to be focused on money. Anything but focusing on money, right? It's called a distraction. And that's really part of the plan. They keep you distracted on statistics, fake competition, and conspiracy theories instead of getting your money up, sir. You've been gotten. He saw you on my screen and got heated, as he should. Okay. You know what he should be heated about? His paycheck. Not me. Tell him if he focuses that anger where it should be, he can get his money up. Okay, another bad quality and a red flag to me in a man. A man is a man who plays victim. There ain't nothing worse or more disgusting than a man who plays the victim. He is automatically dismissed. When I see that you're weak and you chose to be weak on purpose in front of me in order to manipulate me, you're dismissed. Okay? Because you can't do that to me. I don't even like it. I ain't gonna fall for it. I don't have any empathy for no dust. And also, I already know that trick and it don't work. It's disgusting when grown, able-bodied men try to do it. So if y'all have fallen for the okie doke from a sob story from a Dusty, y'all, I don't know what to tell you. Men are so ego-driven. Anything they tell you that makes them look weak is a lie and a trick. Do you understand? If they open up to you right away with their sob story, it's a trick, period. Because if they really like you and want your respect, they would never choose to look weak or incompetent in your presence, especially in the beginning. They don't like you, they're gaming you. They're telling you exactly what they tell you in order to get your sympathy. Oh, he's sensitive. Oh, he emotional. Oh, he opened up to me. He must really like me and trust me. No, he must really think you stupid, which he's correct about. Let me tell y'all what to do in that case. If a man is opening up to you too soon and playing a victim, it's like, oh, well, did you go to therapy? Have you seen someone about that? Basically, that's not my problem. Have you tried to address the problem professionally? Oh, have you talked to someone about that? Did you go to therapy behind that? Well, maybe that's something you need to look into. Oh, you can't afford it? Well, I know they got free therapy for people like you. Basically, you're telling them you don't care. That's your problem. Solve it. Right? You said speak to a medical professional. Yep. You're like, "Oh, if you just had someone to support you, I know. It's very hard when you don't have anyone to support you, you know? It's very hard when you don't have a support system. You know what it does? It makes you stronger as a man. And that's what I feel like a lot of people are missing today, that strength and that good origin story, you know? Most successful men have a really good origin story. This is part of yours. I'm not. All right? There you go. Don't give them no money, girl, because y'all gonna be over here in about 2 years from now. Can I get my money back from a Dusty? Nope, you can't. Your check is late. My car is in the shop again. The economy sucks. And wah. Tell them, well, man up and go figure it out, just like all the men and the 1% did. That y'all collect and do research on statistic wise with. Y'all can research the 1% and how many women gonna end up single and this and that. Y'all can research some money and some jobs. Okay, same technique. If y'all can listen to a 3-hour podcast of some dusty men telling y'all how to be even dustier, you can go listen to a video or a podcast on how to get more money. Do you understand? But see, these men out here, they would rather spend their 2-3 hours listening to some broke people with receding hairlines who are in poverty mind, continue to keep them in poverty mind, rather than to click on a video that's going to teach them how to up their money. What makes him desirable? The ability to lead, learn, to be a gentleman, to take accountability, We know he ain't perfect by any means, but if he can always be a gentleman, if he can always take the lead, and if he can always listen and be accountable for his actions, sounds good, right? Most of these men are missing the point because there's all these pick out there that are going to put up with the most and get the least. Men are acting fools because of these desperate pick He's overreacting, over emotional, low self-esteem, no standard having pick out here. Okay, y'all, it's not a permanent position. You can start to love yourself, level yourself up, and have some high standards. Anybody could do it. It's not a permanent position. Just Dusty is not a permanent position. But when y'all get together, pick and Dusty, y'all stay in that position longer than you should be. Do you understand? When a pick and a Dusty gets together, you prolong each other's dustiness and pick because y'all are enabling each other, right? You're enabling that Dusty to stay dusty, and he's enabling you to keep your low self-esteem because you don't think you can do any better, right? But that's why y'all need to be together. Y'all stay there too long, y'all gonna repeat the cycle over and over and over. So a Dusty should never be with a pick and a pick should never be with a Dusty because y'all keep each other at the lowest level. Do you understand? You should always try to aim higher, and a man should try to aim higher for the type of lifestyle and the type of woman he wants. He's not supposed to settle for pick because he's in a bad position. Okay? He's just using you for shelter, man. You said, these men in here are listening to. Well, good. They need to be taking notes on what women value in them besides their money, because that's what they want to know. That they really want to know, what do you value in a man besides his money? In addition to his money, not in replacement of. Okay, y'all need to understand that. Not in replacement of, but in addition to. These are the qualities that you need to have. Now, if you got money and you don't want to have those qualities, fine. You're just not going to have the type of relationship you want. And women are winding up. They're getting backups too. So your money can't even buy you peace of mind no more with your woman. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, so y'all saying that men in here are listening and Dusty's are in here listening. Dusty's is not a permanent position. They can literally make the choice to become better. They literally can make a choice. They can say, hey, I'm going to take a break from trying to date women out of my league, and I'm going to go get my money up so I can get what I want. Okay? You know the equivalent of a Dusty trying to date women? Pick Misha after pick Misha. It's the same thing as going into the junkyard to buy a cash car and having it break down every 6 months. Instead, why don't you save your money, get your money up, work towards the goal so you get your dream car? It's the same thing. But y'all be trying to drive every piece of crap on the lot just to get from A to B. And when you look up, when you're 40 years old, where are you going to be? In the junkyard still. That's where you're going to be. And possibly with a car note from the junkyard based on y'all's credit scores. You said I'm your favorite she-male YouTuber? Well, if that's what you're looking for, sir, why don't you tip since you like me? Since you like trans, why don't you tip? I pretend to be trans if it's going to give you some money. How you doing? You only going to tip a trans woman? Well, just say that then. Okay, you can come out in here. It's still June. Happy Pride Month. What's your name? Old BGR 87. Well, happy Pride Month, sir. We know what you like now. You saw my picture and you clicked on real quick, didn't you? You must be happy to be here. You said put them rainbows up. Yeah, happy Pride Month. Shout out to all the trans. I don't mind being called trans. It's a compliment to me. All right. I know trans women, they be putting in a lot of effort into how they be looking, girl. So that means I be putting in effort. What to do when provider men come and compliment me, but don't set up a date? Okay. Act uninterested until they set up the date. Be looking around them. Act uninterested. Act unimpressed. Okay. Compliments mean nothing. All they're trying to do is gain social status using you in public. Just start looking around them as if there's something better behind them. If you exchange phone numbers and they're just talking to you and they're not asking no date, just like, oh, I'm headed out the door. I got somewhere to be. I'm a busy person. I like being out. I'll talk to you later. That means ask me out, fool. I like being out. There you go. Mm-hmm. You said taste the rainbow. You said, here we go. You said thanks for supporting the LGBTQ community. Of course. All right. Can you change from being a pygmisha to high value with the same? No, because he already knows you're stupid. Let me tell you how to change the same man. You got to break up with him. You got to level yourself up out of his league. And you got to be able to replace him at any given time with someone better. That's how a man knows you're not a pygmisha anymore when you're not one. Okay. You already were a pygmisha for a man. You need to flip the script by getting out of his league, which means glowing up way higher than you already are. Okay. If you glow up better than you ever looked while you was with that man, so he understands that at any given moment, you can replace with someone better. And then you stop asking stupid questions like, where are you going? What time you coming back? You stop caring about him and being male-centered. That's the only way you're going to flip the script, is if you become self-obsessed about yourself. And he's just there. Do you understand? If you stop centering your life around a man, you're not going to be a pygmy no more. Okay? What do you do if he comes back? Charge him a re-entry fee, whatever that may be for you. Could be a new car, a shopping spree, a set amount of money, whatever. But they don't come back for free. You don't let people back in for free, okay? It's like when that man leaves out the club and he don't get that stamp, what he got to do? Pay to get back in, okay? Same thing, re-entry fee. Sometimes men come back for an ego boost because they know you're going to let them back in, and then they go to the next woman after you done boosted their ego and let them back in for free. It costs to get that ego boost now. Mm-hmm. Make them pay. What? If anyone else, what? No, you can't change. You need to get a new man. Yeah. Or you could just become self-obsessed and not male-centered. Flip the script on her. But it's hard for a pygmy to do that unless you truly love yourself. What to do for him to come back? I don't want him to come back unless he's coming back with some more money to get me. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're supposed to be moving on to something better. Okay? Mm-mm. Think about this. How many men sit there and wait for you to come back to them versus how many men try to move on to another whole person? Think about that. This is the difference between men and women. How many men wait for you as a woman to come back to them versus going ahead and replacing you? How? Not too many, right? Why? Because they're not women centered. You're male centered. That's why. Mm-hmm. So y'all stop doing that. Y'all look stupid. Waiting on somebody to come back and pick you again. Being pick Misha recycled. Recycle pick Misha. Where you at, girl? You sitting in the recycle bin. They're not coming back. They sending you off to be recycled. They going to get a new one. You heard? Listen. Y'all still talking about trans comments? Wonderful. But if you were really transgender, why would they want to hurt you? Just lame. They can't hurt somebody that don't care. If I was really transgender, they'd be trying to come on to me. Okay. They wouldn't have clocked me. They wouldn't have tried to clock me. They would have been trying to do the most. You understand? If they really thought I was trans. Because why, first of all, why would you click on me with my thumbnail pic? You sitting over here scrolling on YouTube and you see this beautiful thumbnail pic of this woman. If you automatically thought I was trans and you clicked on me just to come see me up close and personal in action, you ain't finna clock yourself, and you ain't definitely finna clock me. You gonna be trying to get in where you fit in. You understand? Because I already know. I have trans friends. Man, you ain't gonna clock a trans person trying to get with them. I used to have a trans friend back in the day. The straightest looking man would be just drooling. Okay? They're not going to clock you. They, even if they think they know, they don't want to know. Why? Because what are they really after? Roll around the mattress anyway. They want some extra. Okay. All right. How to trigger an emotionally unavailable man. Answer for them. Put words in their mouth calmly. Assume. All right. Take away their voice that they're not giving. So, for example, if they're not saying nothing, if they're not emotionally responding to you, say, okay, well, I guess silence means, and then give their silence a meaning and then go with that meaning. Okay. Women are really good at this. So when they don't emotionally react to something and you tell them, well, that must mean this. So start going in that direction. So your silence must mean is a mission of your guilt. So I'm going to assume that you're just guilty. So here's what we're going to do now. And stay calm with it. So now we're going to do this. Now we're going to do that. And I'm going to call my mom, tell her to, that, this just didn't work out because you did A, B, C, and D. If that's not the truth or the case, he's going to stop you from spreading false information to people that he cares about his reputation in front of. That's how I told you all men are ego driven. If you threaten to spread false information based on what you've assumed, he will try to straighten it out. Do you understand? So you triangulate with false information and assume that you're correct because he's not answering. You understand? This is how you trigger them into saying, that's not correct. You got it all wrong. Before you spread the information to the next party, he will stop you. Okay? You always got to add another person to it. Aunt Ethel, his dad, his brother, his sister, your mama, his mama, somebody. Co-worker, bestie, somebody. Assume false information as if it's the truth so he can correct you. If you want him emotionally involved, assume that is that's not true on purpose. Okay? And then threaten to spread the untruth. Not threaten, but act like you're getting ready to. You said from the title of the live is gonna be the shortest one, girl. We already discovered that if they can't do too much, they might as well just go get their money up. If they can't meet them standards. But see, even in this day and age, a man with a lot of money still, even if he's not a decent person, he's still gonna have trouble dating as well as time progresses because women are wising up and having more than one man and their own money and more than one man's money, you know? So these guys with money are also losing out because they're replaceable. Women aren't looking at them as husband material anymore if they're not worthy of the title of husband, okay? It used to be that back in the old days, money was all you needed to be somebody's husband material. Now women got their own money, got 3 men with money, stacking their bank accounts 3 different ways, getting their own money at the same time. So a lot of these women don't need some of these guys that they're dating and don't need to see them as husband material. So a lot of these guys that also have money, they're starting to feel it a little bit too because women are having more options with other men with money also. You understand? So either men have to do better all the way around, look at themselves and fix what needs to be fixed, or they're going to have to share as well. Y'all remember how men were saying, oh, y'all are going to have to share a man. Well, y'all going to have to share a woman. Mm-hmm. With more powerful and richer men. And that's where y'all are going to end up single. Ain't nobody trying to rush to be with one when they can be with some and collect some streams of income. Okay. Just like she can get you, she can get one richer than you. Okay. Why? Because she didn't learn how to push your buttons. She didn't learn how to deal with you, so she can deal with a man with the same as you got and more. Oh my goodness. Come on now. You let my boyfriend borrow 5K to go to Thailand and he hasn't come back yet. It's been 2 weeks. I know this is a troll. Is you trying to get some content? This is a troll, right? Is this the truth? Did you really give your boyfriend 5K to go to Thailand? You just coming up with stuff to get some laughter, aren't you? Probably this really happened to some poor Pygmisha somewhere. That's not funny, girl. This some Pygmisha's real story. You said you're serious. No, you're not, girl. You ain't serious. I'm not even going to entertain that because I know you were so unserious. You said, unfortunately, Shira, it's probably true. She says she probably really did. So she has to be a troll. Thank you. How do you ask for gifts or money if you're shy in a shy voice? Mm-hmm. Somebody that just got here asking me to talk about the subject. Okay. What makes a man desirable other than money? We made a little list. We said that most desirable traits in a man. Number one, it's not perfection. We don't expect no man to be perfect, but we do expect him to be a gentleman at all times. All times. Not just sometimes, not just when he's pretending, but all times. To take accountability for his actions, mistakes, and so forth and so on. That means he can't blame nobody else. He got to take accountability. Number three. What was the number three? Because there's too many. What was number three? I forgot what number three was, but we did come up with at least two. We came up with him being a gentleman all the time and taking accountability for his actions and stop blaming everybody for everything. Besides money, in addition to money, yes. Oh, I think the other one was to listen or something like that. Or to lead. Was it to lead? Oh, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, the ability to lead. Yeah, we went into a whole rant about men don't know that they're leaders. You can't lead someone that doesn't trust you, first of all. Okay. When you don't take accountability for your actions, people don't trust you. Number two, you can't lead people if they don't trust you. So when men talk about, oh, I want a woman to be submissive, they're not really asking a woman to be submissive. They're asking for a woman to trust them enough with their lives, their livelihood, their future. Trust them enough in order to follow their lead. But half of these men out here are stupid, dumb, don't have any financial intelligence. So therefore, women do not trust them to lead. They can't even lead themselves out of their mama's basement. They can't lead themselves to a better paying job. They can't lead themselves to the next level of life where they should be. You know what I mean? So a lot of women really want a man to be able to lead, not so she can follow and be a secondhand citizen, but for him to be intelligent enough for her not to have to go behind his sorry butt and keep double checking crap like a child. You know what I'm saying? You know how it is. It's not about submission, it's about trust and your ability, fool. These men are so stupid. That's why nobody takes them seriously or wants them to lead nothing, because they can't even lead themselves. So when a man has the ability to lead, he's intelligent naturally and many, many things. Okay. So where the woman doesn't have to worry about his decision making. If you stupid and dumb and make dumb decisions, no one will ever let you lead them. Okay. So that's one thing men don't understand. You gotta be intelligent. No one wants to submit to no dumb idiot. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If these losers come up to you and they be like, I want a woman to submit. Well, I want an intelligent, genius man that I don't have to second guess or question his decision making skills. Is that true? Nope, didn't think so. Can't submit to something stupider than me. Get you some education, men, or at least use Google for what it's for instead of looking up porn sites. All right, have some sense. Women can't submit to something stupider than them. All right. So accountability, which means if you make a mistake, hold yourself accountable. If you do something wrong, hold yourself accountable. Don't try to blame everybody and their mama. Don't try to blame the woman. Blame yourself. Take accountability. Fix the problem. Move forward. Solve it. Be a solution-oriented person. And remain a gentleman while doing so. Remain a gentleman while taking accountability and also having the intelligence enough to lead someone so you don't have to get double checked every time. Okay? That's it. And have some money in addition. If most men were like that, more women would probably want to be with them. But now, y'all over here wearing shiny clothes, sparkles, bedazzled, pants hanging off your booty, talking about you're the prize, and you think all women are your competition. I don't know what happened to that generation, baby, but it should have been flushed. Sprinkle. The heck, they got on nail polish, skirts and jeans, purses. Sir, sit down and give that lady her clothes back. Stop playing in your mama's closet. Okay, unless you got something to tell us this June. The only man that can do that is Michael Jackson. Okay, you not him. Sit down. Sit down. You ain't Michael. You is not MJ. Sit down. If you can't hee moonwalk and be the best-selling artist of all time, take them sparkles off. Okay? You don't need to shine. You need to go get in line and get you some money somewhere. Okay? You need to go read a book, figure out how you ain't no hee thriller. You don't need to be sparkling and shining, okay? Your mixtape ain't finna go sell out the world, okay? You ain't finna be number 1 or number 2 or number 3. You better go get your money up. You know what? It's not even close to Halloween. All right. If I see somebody with sparkles and they're not an MJ impersonator, I'm calling them out. Pick that off. You ain't starting nothing. You're feeling down about not having your dad show up, deeply insecure, narcissistic man. How can I heal so I can find a strong man? Go. You're too male centered. You need to heal by connecting to your feminine energy. Okay. Remember, how can you feel humbled and insecure about someone that comes out of women? Okay. You are the source of which they come. Why are you feeling like that? You got to tap into your goddess energy, ma'am. Without us, there is no them. Okay. Take your position in your mind. They came from you. They came from someone like you. You don't need their approval. They need yours. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. They are the offspring of women, not the opposite. We choose for them to be here. All right. They need our approval, not the other way around. You can't expect someone who came from you, not in general, not in particular, but in general. You can't expect a copy of something. to be as good as the original. Okay? Understand it. All right. Men are less mentally evolved than women are. So what do you expect from them? If you set out some things on a table, you set out certain things on a table, and you gave a woman an option to pick up what she valued the most, and the man the option to pick up what he valued the most, the woman is always going to pick up something that's more mentally evolved than what the man would pick up. You understand? Because they're more based in their physical, and we're more based in our emotional and our spiritual. Okay? They are not us. They're not like us, literally. So therefore, for you trying to find some type of healing, some type of solace, and someone who's less evolved mentally than you, it's not going to work out for you. Okay. That's like advanced aliens trying to figure out why while human beings are building weapons to kill each other, fighting over a piece of land or some type of mineral that's in abundance everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And that can be lab grown now. It's literally us looking at dumb, unevolved versions of ourselves. You know what I mean? So why are we even bothered? They are who they are. Either get their money and deal with them or don't deal with them. And if you don't believe it, even science tells you that a man carries mitochondrial DNA as his legacy through DNA, which is his mother's DNA, not his father's. Every time a man dies, his dad's DNA dies with him. When he reproduces, the mother's DNA passes forward. So in scientific terms, the legacy is always going to be the female, never the male. The male dies with himself. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay? That's the science behind it. So whatever you need to do to understand that and that about yourself, maybe you should learn more about yourself instead of worrying about what some man thinks. Okay? And the science have proven that. That's why they try to give you their last name when they marry you, because their DNA drops off with them. Their mother's mitochondrial DNA lives on, not their father's and not theirs. Okay? The only thing that lives on is their name if you take it. If their kids take it. That's the only thing that live on is that name. Nothing more. And the funny thing is you can change your name, but you can't change that DNA. How to one up so he regrets. You stop playing games with men and you start focusing on yourself. Men don't care. You got to appeal to their ego by getting someone richer. Okay? They're not checking for you. They care about their status and how they feel about themselves more than they care about you. So if you show up with a man with way more money than him, taking pictures on Instagram, going out, having the best time, that's how you get him back. Or you get all money and level up out of his league to where he can't ever talk to you again, even if he wanted to. You're too male-centered. You're not thinking about yourself. You're still thinking about him. Because if you were thinking about yourself and really leveling up and getting proper regret and revenge, you would never want to even have access to that man again. You would want to be out of his league. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I have leveled up way out of so many men's leagues. You know, that's the best revenge, baby. No one, they don't even have a chance. Hi, Shira. You have a provider who gave 500 every time I saw him, but I always have to ask for the money. Why should I? What should I do? Ask for direct deposit so you can stop having to ask them for money every time. Tell them it's uncomfortable. I'd rather just be put on direct deposit for this much money a month. And then when we see each other, focus on our relationship, conversation, and it won't be so awkward. Get on direct deposit, baby. Every month it comes at the same time, the same date, the same amount, however much you asking for. Okay. So if you're gonna see him 3, 4 times a month, add something onto that and have a direct deposit. Mm-hmm. You said you left him, he was a great provider. Well, now you have learned your lesson. Get another one. Okay? Go get another one. You can get him, you can get another one. Challenge yourself. Okay? Just think about it. When you lose a job, do you sit there and ponder about, oh, that was a good job. I'm so mad I quit. No, you just go get another one. Go get another one. Stop living in the past. Just go get another one. You knew how to get that one, go get another one. It's that easy. Just go outside, go to the rich side of town. Okay? Another one. Y'all don't realize you got options. Y'all don't act like you got options. That's why. What the heck? You're supposed to have 2 of them anyway. Go get some more. Some more, not one more. Some more. Okay? What your 80-year-old provider gives you checks weekly. I know that's right, Siren. Sprinkle. Get them checks. He be writing out them old-fashioned checks. I know that's right. Shoot. When there's a will, there's a way. She said 80. I know that's right. That 80-year-old, he on it. You can't take it with him. Shoot. He's spending it on what he want to spend it on. What if you make more money than a man? Then you still let him spend his money on you and don't tell him. You're not going to marry him, are you? Are you just there to get him to date and to take you out and do nice things for you? Maybe date that man and see if you like it or not. If he's going to pay, if he's going to do stuff. If you don't like the feeling of making more money than that man, then you need to go hang out in richer areas. Okay, you need to take yourself to the rich side of town. You drive over to the rich side of town, park your car, go in a nice restaurant bar, or go dilly dally somewhere or whatever. And you need to be around men that make more money than you. Okay, you need to put yourself in the correct environment. Okay, try that. A man is offering to pay you money to act as his girlfriend as a business event. Should I? Yeah, ask for some money. Okay, I need you to pay my bills. That's part of the girlfriend experience. You got to pay these bills. If you know someone is not right for you, how do you let them let go without necessarily blocking them? Just tell them. I don't feel the same way about you as I used to. I think our relationship has run its course. I really like you. Let's be friends. The same way men do. Let's be friends. Then start asking your friends for stuff. Start asking your friend for something that he don't get nothing in return for. You know what I'm saying? Then he gonna not want to be your friend. He gonna break it off himself. You understand? Put him in the friend zone. After y'all break up, start asking him advice about other people. He'll leave you alone. Okay. It's like, you know what? I think we've outgrown each other. I think this relationship has run its course. I feel like I'm supposed to be dating someone older. Say older. I mean, he can't compete with nobody's age, can he? I mean, he can say, well, I can do that, but he can't be old if he ain't old. Or if he is old, then you could say, you could lie to him and say, I think I need to be with somebody closer to my age. You can lie either way just to get him to accept the fact that y'all aren't going to be together no more. Mm-hmm. Is it giving fairy tale if I'm trying to find a woman provider as a woman? I don't know. Like, in my opinion, why don't you just go to the rich side of town and look for the lesbians? I don't know. Shoot. Go to the like women's golf or WNBA games, girl. I don't know. Look for the box seats. You know? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said don't give up. Girl, go type in Google where the rich lesbians hang out and just go over there, okay? So, y'all be using Google for the wrong stuff. Y'all be searching up stupid stuff. Go search where to find them at. That's what y'all looking for. Who you think in the box seats at the WNBA? Rich lesbians. Go find them. Just go walk around there, pretend you lost, be looking cute, make some eye contact. Simple as that. Get in the VIP section or hang out in the what you call it? The valet parking lot. You know? That's it. Wait by the restrooms, by the box seats. Y'all know how to do it the same thing as how to get men. Be a groupie. You said what? Girl, I don't know, man. But just do your research. Chat GPT got you. Google got you. He's 66, I'm 27, but he always talks about my age like I'm running out of time. He's mad that I don't want to settle down with him. Girl, he running out of time. Why don't you see if you can get on that deed first? Get on the deed. Get what you can get out of him now. Let me tell you, that man old, okay? You need to get as much money as you can out of him now. Future fake, he ain't got no future, okay? Let me tell you, future fake that man enough to get as much as you can out of him right now. All right? Tell him what he needs to hear in order for you to get your money. He's putting his insecurities onto you. He's running out of time, baby. So tell him, yes, okay, I definitely want to settle down with you. Like in 2 years, I was so ready, but I have a goal. Like my goal is to get my savings account up to this much money. And then after I have saved that much money, because I might want to start a business in the future. After I get that much money, I'm ready to settle down, start a family, have a good life. By the time you stack whatever he's giving you for 2 years, make sure you get a ring from him, girl. Wear that ring with pride. Be like, I'm engaged. I'm engaged. Future fake that fool. Okay. And if you still don't want to marry him or be with him, and 2 years after stacking your bank account and wearing that engagement ring around, then say, I'm sorry, this is not working out, and move along. All right? But you can future fake people just like they can future fake you. If he's going to manipulate you to make you feel like you're running out of time, then future fake that fool and get your money and your ring and then change your mind. You understand? Because you have the right to do so. Okay? It's just not going to work out. Something's going to happen, in 2 years from now. It's just not going to work. But he don't know that. So you need to act the part and stack your money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Just like the men be future faking y'all, being in relationships with y'all for 5, 4, 6, 10 years with no ring, do the same thing to them, baby. Okay? Except you got the ring and you gonna future fake them and just leave. They do it all the time. Do it back to them. What? There's a Brazilian man, he's 35 and promising you that if he's going to help me pay for my business and things, but it's not looking so promising. He's a private driver with his own business, but, sounds like a lot of buts over there, baby. Why don't you just go get you an old man that has money that's going to give it to you without a bunch of buts? You know what I'm saying? Sound like he got more promises and excuses than money. Why don't you find someone local that already has money that likes you a lot? That's going to just deliver. Okay? Deliver you the money. Local. Why do y'all always try to find people that live abroad, catfishes, people that ain't got no money? Find some local money. Okay? Find you some local money. That's the fastest, easiest kind to get. Local. Local money. You said because you live in the hood. Well, move out of the hood and save your money. Okay, you can go get you a studio apartment somewhere out of the hood if you really wanted to. You could save up. Or you can find a roommate and y'all can move together into a nicer apartment on the nicer side of town. You could do it, I promise you. Okay? Stop trying to live in the hood then. You says find somebody on the rich side of town. Yep. Exactly, girl. You don't want to live there forever. It's time to move. Look, honestly, your priorities need to be to get up out of there first. Okay. Let me tell you why. Because as soon as somebody listens to you, they like what you say, you're good. As soon as they hear that you live in the hood, they might get turned off, baby. They might think you're trying to rob them. They might think it's a setup. So you got to get out of there first. Okay. You got to save up enough money to take yourself at least to a little studio apartment as a roommate or rent a room somewhere on the rich side of town or on the decent side of town. Because if you live in the hood, people think that you're setting them up to get robbed. I'm not joking. All right. It's just how it is. Okay. So you need to go ahead and get your priorities in the correct order and get yourself up out of there, because don't nobody want to hear that. Especially a man that you're dating, especially if he's rich. He's gonna think it's a setup, baby. Get up out of there. You said I'm not joking. And when you live in a nicer side of town, you meet better people anyway, with more money, that don't have poverty mind. All right. What? You said you're working towards moving? Good for you, man. Hurry out, survival, stress free. Take the shortcut, get you an old man. Okay, they'll solve all your problems in 1 week. They gotta like you though. You get you the right rich old man, they don't even have to be rich. They can just be old with some money, some extra money, a good savings. They can solve all your problems in 1 week if they really like you. Okay? Promise you. Maybe 2 weeks. Let's say you're 16. Well, then it sounds like you need to be filling out some applications. Okay, it sounds like you need to be applying to some jobs and stuff. Mm-hmm. All right. What about get an education? You can do that too, darling. You can multitask. You can get a job. You can apply for school. You can save your money. You can do whatever you want. You're 21. People think you're as young as a teenager, even with makeup on. I'm trying to attract older men, and I think this could be a problem. So, how do you dress? You got to dress more mature than your age. Okay. So, if you look young naturally, you got to dress older. Okay. And maybe a hairstyle that makes you look slightly more mature. Now, when you're trying to attract older men, when you're not, take it off. Be yourself. But when you're trying to attract older men and when you go out, you need to dress the part, act the part, and have the right hairstyle for the part. All right. So that's it. You need to older and get a different hairstyle. They're just going to think you look young for your age. If you got the outfit, you have to have a certain level of maturity, eyes as well. Because if you look too young, they're going to be afraid what people are going to think of them sitting next to this woman who looks too underaged. Okay. So you need to get you an older hairstyle. Okay. If you don't, just get a wig or something, girl. Uh-huh. Get you a wig. Switch it up. Get in where you can, get the money. That's just literally it. Okay. Y'all know what to do. No man is going to take you seriously at 19. Sorry. He said, how to get a man to take me more seriously at 19? Lie about your age. Tell him you're older than what you are. No man's going to take you seriously at 19. Okay? That's the whole reason that they're dating you, because you are 19 and don't take you seriously. You think a man fixes his mind and his mouth to say, oh, I'm seriously going to date this 19-year-old. That's future wifey there. No, that's what he could afford. That's fun. That's a good time. You understand? Ain't nobody taking you seriously. You're too young. If you want to be taken seriously, you need to seriously learn how to lie. All right? Seriously learn how to lie about your Aunt Ethel, how you need money, what you're saving up for, all the stuff you need. See if they seriously will help you. Any man dating you at 19 who is older seriously needs to understand that you need help. So you always need to be asking for money. Okay. If you're dating older men at the age of 19, every conversation you have need to be asking for money. Period. You understand? Or else you're being exploited. Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am. You're 21 and wanting to go to med school. Any advice? Good luck. See if you can tolerate dead bodies first, because you're gonna be working on them cadavers, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Been on a field trip yet to the morgue, to the medical school? You been on a field trip? Can you stand them dead bodies? Because that's when most people drop out, when they got to put into something that looked like something off a Thriller. You good? Sprinkle, sprinkle. See if you can tolerate dead bodies first before you sign up for medical school. All right. And look, let me tell you something. Them bodies ain't gonna be fresh. All right. Not the ones in medical school. They're gonna be preserved, but they're not gonna be fresh. You know what I mean? They're gonna be looking like them things on Thriller. They're not gonna look like me or you. They're not gonna look like how bodies look in a casket. They're gonna look like them bodies on Thriller. Do you understand? So prepare. All right. Yeah, they're gonna be green and gray with these kinds of expressions. And they're going to be severed and cut up. So if you can deal with that, go ahead and get into medical school, girl. If I am a 10 out of 10 hot woman singer and have 1 million followers and have a song with 1 billion views, what type of men should I marry? What should my standards be? Hot woman singer with over 1 million followers. A man who doesn't know who you are. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Or a man who don't care who you are with more money than you. Okay? A man who doesn't care who you are, or a man who don't know who you are, or a man you can control because you sound like the boss. If you can't control them, then you need to find somebody who don't know who you are if you can't control them. Some women just have a man for companionship. Like, it reminds me of Akasha off of, Queen of the Damned. She was the queen of everything. Okay? No one she got with was ever going to be good enough. The man she was with, she didn't even like. Her equal, she didn't even want him. Okay? She killed that fool. Not good enough. The equal to her throne, she killed him. Ain't good enough. Okay, he probably cheated. Anyway, when you have that type of energy, no man is good enough for you. You just must be worshipped because you're a goddess. You get it? You have no equal. You only have worshipers. Instead of you watching Lestat, I'm watching Lestat. I read so many Anne Rice books. That lady is crazy. She traumatized me with her writing. Girl. Anyway. I read a book this thick and was traumatized by Anne Rice. I'm like, I don't know what to do no more. Like, nothing shocks me anymore. I'm like, what? I used to read Anne Rice back in the day. Girl, you want to be traumatized and triggered? Read Anne Rice. The Witching Hours. The Mayfair Chronicle, the Mayfair Witch Chronicles was crazy. Not the show. The show don't touch on nothing. They have a TV show, but it touches on 0 things that this book touches on. The book is crazy. You read that book, you're gonna have to go to therapy. There's a series, actually, a series of books, the Mayfair Witch Chronicle or the Mayfair Chronicles or something like that. I don't know. Like, it's all the Mayfair Witch books. I think it's Lasher, the Witching Hour, and the Talamasca. I'm like, oh my goodness. Help. I couldn't finish reading Lasher. And I lost the book. I got to go find it. It's somewhere in my boxes. Yeah, but the shows don't only give like 10% of what happens in the book. They couldn't put it on TV. It's too crazy. Mm-mm. If you watch the show Mayfair Witches, you get like 10% of what really happened. The other stuff they can't put on TV. It's too much. If you want to be traumatized, you read them books. Mm-hmm. He said last night, you think you're more important than me? It's like, no, I know I'm more important than you. Actually, when they're trying to compete with you, honestly, that's when you lost. You lost your man. Now he's your woman. All right. Should I marry rich, a billionaire or multimillionaire? Whatever you feel like is going to sustain you mentally, physically, and financially and emotionally. What if you fall off? Will take care of you. What if you have a baby and don't want to do what you do anymore? Will he sustain you? Does he only want you because of who you are or because he likes you? I was going to marry somebody. If I were in your position, I wouldn't marry a billionaire because they think, you know, they're above everybody. A multimillionaire I might marry because they got enough money to do what you need them to do, to surprise you, to take you on vacation, to do all the things that you can do for yourself, but they can also do it without missing a beat. Okay. And they're smart enough to keep their money multiplying. And they know that they can go get another woman at any time if things don't work out between you and them. Okay. So I would say multimillionaire. Billionaire, they're gonna want to do some strange things and they might get involved with some strange stuff. And I really don't want to be a part of the strangeness unless I am the strangeness. You know what I mean? So I'm going for multimillionaire. Y'all keep them billionaire. They crazy. Okay. Unless you become the billionaire first. There you go. The previous chat said you were the singer. She said she was asking for a friend. Okay. Multi-millionaire is always better than billionaire because you know they crazier. Kim tried, it didn't work. If you are a strong-minded woman, unless y'all are in the same industry, it's not gonna work. So just get you somebody that worships the ground you walk on. Make sure they got enough money to do the stuff to surprise you and make you feel feminine and pretty and wanted and loved. Okay. Multi-million is good. You get into them billions, girl, I don't know. Maybe like everybody's target, you know. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And you know, a multi-millionaire can always work themselves up to a billionaire eventually. You know, they can work themselves up. How to make a man worship you? By worshiping yourself and understanding your goddess energy and tapping into it. Okay. Men understand women who know that they're goddess status. They naturally worship them. You know your goddess status. You're naturally obsessed with yourself. You know your value. You know your worth. You know everything about yourself. You know that you're a goddess and you don't act like anything else. So men naturally going to worship you because that's what you know you are. That's what you live as. And that's how you treat yourself. So they're naturally going to do the same. So if you don't know you're a goddess, or you're not living as a goddess, which means making yourself a priority, knowing your true self, knowing who you really are as an individual, as a woman, knowing your power as a woman, tapping into that. Can't have no insecurities if you're a goddess, darling. That's got to go. You're the main character of your life, and you're not male centered. Okay? That's how. I mean, there's no goddesses that are worshipped that are male centered. You understand? Think about it. The whole point of being worshipped is because you are the center. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said that's how Egypt fell? How did it fall? After 5,000 years of ancestral inbreeding? People weren't too smart. When they were trying to keep it all in the family, they didn't work out too good. You got the, you know what I mean? You know, a lot of things happen when like you try to keep it all in the family. Reading the Anne Rice book will tell you so. A little cuckoo genes start popping up, okay? And you can't maintain your mentality. And a lot of big, you know, empires fell because they kept incesting. You said worshiping self. Oh, you don't worship yourself, other people worship you. You are obsessed with yourself, and other people worship you. There you go. People worship celebrities every day. You know what I mean? There you go. What? Do I believe in reincarnation? If you want to. Mm-hmm. How much should he spend before intimacy? Should I ask for weekly allowance? How much do you want and need to be debt free? Totally debt free. How much you need? And if you have debt, how much do you need to pay off the car that you want? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Debt free, baby. How much? Yeah, debt free. Get debt free before you think about doing it. Yes, you should get a weekly allowance. And I wouldn't call it an allowance, I would call it a direct deposit. Okay. Right. You said you are what? You are not male centered. You are self centered. You are self obsessed and worshipped as a goddess. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to be. Don't let people make you think being self centered is a bad thing. Because as soon as you join some type of spiritual, group or start watching spiritual information, they're going to tell you, oh, you have to center yourself. You got to center yourself. That means you got to be self centered. You understand? Center yourself, ground yourself, know who you are, center yourself. Who are you? What do you want in life? What are your priorities? What are your goals? Focus on that. Not everybody else and what they want from you, but what you want from yourself. That's self-centered. What do you want from yourself? How are you working towards it? Are the people in your life there to help you or hinder you? It's okay to be self-centered because who else going to center you if you don't center yourself? Nobody. So start to understand the words instead of negatively thinking, oh, that's a bad thing to be self-centered. Why? Why is it so bad to put yourself as a priority if no one else is? You're supposed to sit in the end of the line and wait for somebody to notice you, or should you notice yourself? Should you take action yourself? Should you treat yourself how you want others to treat you? Should you prioritize your own goals and your own things that you want? Should you surround yourself with people that are going to help you and benefit you with those goals? That's being self-centered. Okay? It's not a bad thing. People try to say it's a bad thing because they don't want you to reach those goals. All right? They want you to focus on them. All right. So it's not the same thing as being selfish, like people think it's not the same. Yeah. And sometimes you have to be selfish because people will take advantage of you. All right. So don't be ashamed of doing things for yourself that are going to benefit you in the long run, as well as your future generations. You do not need to be apologetic about any of that mess. People will try to make you feel guilty and shame you for choosing what's best for you. And you can just laugh in their face and say, you know what? Don't worry about it. I got this. Thanks to you going to Aquafit class now at the gym. Okay, Celeste. Wonderful. Sprinkle, sprinkle. We'll have fun. Right. Learn how to be selfish in a positive way. Mm? How do you control your emotions with a man? He has lack of patience and says each one of us should have his own space and activity. Yes, I do believe that. Do something else. Find a life. He's telling you to get a life, basically. He's saying you're too centered on him and you need to find your own life and do your own thing, because ain't nothing worse than having an emotionally attached pygmy. All right. What that person liked about you when they first met you is that you had your own thing going, your own life, in your own space. That's why they liked you. You understand? And then when you're in a relationship and then you throw all of that away that they liked about you and become this dumb puppy, it's annoying. Okay. So be who you used to be, baby. That's why they liked you in the first place, because you had your own stuff going. Is it okay when husbands plays video games? Could he be earning money instead? Does he have enough money to be playing video games? That's my question. You got enough money to be playing video games, sir? Because if not, tell him to go find several streams of income instead of playing a video game. Tell him he need to be working on other streams of income. Mm-hmm. Is that man rich enough to play video games? Then no, he shouldn't be playing them. He should be finding out how to get more money. He should be learning how to play the stock market. He should be learning how to invest. He should be learning how to, read about, how to make his money make money. You need to be learning how to get some more streams of income. Okay? He's a man. If y'all are going to have children, or if y'all already have children in the future, he need to be worrying about how to secure them children's future. Do you understand? Not try to how to play their video games. Does he have several streams of income? Then he shouldn't have no video game. Video games for grown able-bodied men are to relax after their long day of earning lots of money. I don't even like guys that are the age to play video games. Too young. But since you're already married to him, does he have several streams of income? Then he don't need to be on a video game. He need to be working on the other streams of income. You know what? If they made a video game for men that was building a business, we might be somewhere. But they got them distracted doing nothing. Unless he can make money playing video games, he shouldn't be on there. He making money? Yeah. If he ain't making no money, then he shouldn't be on there. Shoot. Next. You like my makeup? Thank you, ma'am. I did it this morning on TikTok. It's still in place. Yep. That's that good setting spray. Can you talk about what to get a guy for his birthday? What has he gotten you for your birthday? What's his past been like? You never out gift a man, ever. In fact, you gift them way less than they gift you. Okay. So what's he bought you for your birthday? You have to gift him way, way less. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You don't like him playing video games because it's a child's thing. You know what I mean? You want a man, not a child. You need a man that puts on a suit and takes you out to dinner. You need a man that is a leader, not a child. That's why you don't like him playing video games, because it reminds you of a child. Okay? You already knew that man played video games when you married him. Why are you complaining now, girl? You should have just said no. It's like, I don't like a video player. I like a man. Need to be out there building something or getting some money or something. Mm-hmm. I still got my office space. I need to go up in there. He's just sitting there. Mm-hmm. Um, my schedule is just so crazy this summer. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to still do YouTube. I do TikTok. I'm trying to pack. I got my other house. I try to get over there. I still have the office space that I haven't been to since what's the end of the school year. Mm-hmm. Dress like the girlfriend or dress like the wife. It depends on what you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. I am not done moving. I'm taking my time. I'm taking my time. I don't like rushing. I don't like my house being piled up with thousands of boxes. I want to move a little bit at a time, unpack the boxes, or have as few boxes as possible when I do the big move, because I don't like just crap everywhere, you know. So I'm taking my time, bringing a few boxes over, a few here and there, decorating a little bit here and there. Now when I got to do this big move, ugh, I hate it. But I got to do it, and I got to get rid of a lot of stuff, a lot of makeup, throw it all away that I'm not using. Mm-hmm. I am having fun. No rush. I'm just trying to get into the new house before the new school year starts. So I'm just taking my time. That's my goal. Before the new school year starts, I want to be unpacked. So hopefully in July, by the end of July, we're going to be up in it. I still have got the luxury of time. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? He has social media and I don't. Find a man who's too old to have it or stop caring about it. Y'all care to look. Well, I don't understand this. First of all, y'all bring the littlest problems into the relationship. Y'all get into relationships and then have a problem with what they already doing when you met them. If you don't want them to have social media when you meet them and they have it, don't get with them. You already knew this before you got with them. Why is it a problem now? Do you use pressed powder or not to keep the glow? In what age range to date for full provider? You're 24. Do you use pressed powder or not to? I used this Huda Beauty. Then I used this one size powder melt setting spray, because it melts the powder after you put it on and make your face look like glass skin again. But your powder is still keeping everything in place. Okay. And then you got that Seal It waterproof setting spray. That's how. Thank you, Rachel. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Anything specific you like about the new house? Specific. I love the kitchen. It's my favorite part. Even though I'm not gonna be in there cooking every day, I love the kitchen. It's beautiful. Mm-hmm. Do you let a man see me take my wig off at night? Is it your man who's paying your bills or a man that's paying no bills? My question, baby. Mm-hmm. You're 28, your boyfriend is 39. He's way shorter than me. I'm not attracted to him, but he's willing to pay for everything for me if I fully commit. No, he need to be paying for you everything before you fully commit to prove that he got enough to pay for everything. You understand? Because it sounds like you finna get duped. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Do you understand? I need to know you can pay for everything now before I commit to you. That means you got to impress me now, not after the fact. You know? I need to see it now. Just like when they check your credit, they need to see that you're earning enough money now to be able to do what you got to do. Put that down payment on there. You know what I'm saying? Don't get duped. Tell him, well, I need to see what you can do for me before I want to commit to you because I want a total provider. And if you can't totally provide for me now, there's no need for me to commit to you. Okay? Sorry, it doesn't work that way. He's supposed to be trying to impress you and prove himself. Do you understand? If he can't do that, just say he can't do that. All right. And you're 28, that man is 39. How much can he impress you with? You know? Can he buy you the luxury vehicle that you want? Are you living in the house in the neighborhood you want to be living in? If you should have kids with this man in the future, are y'all going to be in a good school district? And if not, is he going to be able to afford that private school? Think about this. Can he even afford you? And how do you know if he ain't spending? Y'all just fall for anything. I need to see what you could do. What to do if he's not giving you any money, but he's rich? Then talk to another one that is giving you money. Have a backup, have two. Okay. If you're dealing with a rich man that's not giving you money, you need to be making connections with his friends. If you're the man who's not rich and giving you money, you need to be saving and stacking in your bank account with his money and then probably starting a business. You could use the rich man for his connections and business and all that kind of stuff, starting your business, whatever, or meeting new people. And you can use the other man who's giving you money who's not super rich in order to stack your bank account. Okay. You can use them for different reasons. Just don't be rolling around on the mattress with the one that ain't giving you nothing. You understand? And you don't got to roll around on the mattress with either of them. Just make sure you understand your power as a woman. Do you understand? Just because they're rich don't mean you gonna be rich if they ain't giving you nothing. Okay. They feel like they're entitled. Not all rich people, just that one that you're probably dealing with. Some rich people think that being rich is enough. How old is this man? Because he's obviously not young. I mean, not old. He need to be old. And when old people are rich, they know they got to come up off that wallet if you're young. When young people are rich, they got several women and not giving them no money. Do you understand? So date you an older rich man if you want some money. If you dating an older rich man and he still ain't giving you no money, next. Meet his friends. See if they'll give you some money. There you go. Because you're not going to be committed to him anyway. Some older men try to manipulate the younger women to get access without spending. Well, them younger women are stupid and they need to find my channel. Because if the younger you are, as long as you of legal age, the more they're going to try to manipulate you. They are. They think they're going to try to groom you into giving yourself away to them for free just because they claim to be rich. Look. As a young woman, you should want the most. A new car, something. You need to get something, man. All right? Especially if you date these older men. They can afford to get you in a nice car. They can, if that's what you want. Don't be afraid. Tell them what you need. Because if you don't, they're going to think you're too stupid and too nice to know your own value, and they're going to take advantage of you. Mm-hmm. All right. What if... Okay, you already answered that, Jolly. Thank you, ma'am. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You said hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. If he ain't acting right, switching, get his friend. That's what a lot of people be doing. Do you think men know that what they're doing, or are they really that dumb? Men clock women as dumb and stupid because y'all are too nice. If you're a doormat and you're stupid and dumb, they don't have to know what they're doing. They see how dumb women are by being too nice and gullible and stupid. They don't even have to think. It's just too easy to take advantage of. If you come in as a dumb victim, you're gonna get treated like a dumb victim. That's what it is, okay? Too easy to manipulate. Too easy of a target. Young, stupid, naive, dumb, will believe anything I say. Why wouldn't they target that? But that's why they get so mad when they find out that y'all be watching my channel and reading my books, because they can't get over on you. Your man broke up with you in Vegas and you ended up on YouTube channel getting married out there after he left. Now he claims I cheated on him and cut me off financially. Well, hopefully your new husband has money, or your new man got money, so you don't need his money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Always have a backup with money. You said fake married. Well, you should have thought about that before you did that, girl. Sometimes y'all need to think things all the way through. You can't destroy a man's ego. You should only bruise it a little bit. That probably destroyed his ego. And once their ego is destroyed in your presence, they don't even want you back, because you're never going to respect them anymore. And they don't have the same type of masculinity that they had before with you. So if you ever want them to come back, you can't destroy their ego. You can only bruise it a little bit. Okay. What would have been easier is if you would have showed yourself next to a rich man at one of them tables gambling with a cute dress on and a drink, and then giving you a bunch of chips. That would have bruised his ego. But you get married to somebody on YouTube, that destroyed it. Okay. So you gotta learn how to move if y'all want that person to take you seriously and try to give you more money later on. Y'all be just doing the most, trying to hurt them like they hurt you. Men ego are more fragile. They're not based on emotions. They're based on their ego. And once you destroy their ego, it's no healing from that. It's moving on. You understand? It's not the same as emotions. When you destroy a man's ego, you destroy the image of him in your eyes and in other people's eyes. Their image is very important to them. So when you destroy that, it's over. It's pretty much over. When you bruise it and they can fix it and they can make it right and they can come back harder, that's when they chase and they still have a chance. But when you destroy it and make them look stupid in front of everybody, it's pretty much over. Y'all need to learn that men don't have emotions. They care about their ego and their image. So. You said, what are some classic manipulation tactics that you need to be aware of from old men? They always play the victim. Oh, my last ex used me. They'll lie and say that. They'll lie and say, oh, well, I don't like materialistic women. You're not one of them, are you? Or they'll say, well, I'm not going to give anything to anyone unless they're committed to me or my wife. Those are the three things that they're going to tell you when they don't want to spend money on you. And then what you need to do is say, oh, well, you know what? It's okay if you don't have any money. We can be friends. Quickly assume. Don't be mad. Quickly assume that they don't have money and that they're just making up stuff so you don't ask them for anything. You can say, oh, you don't have to worry. I'm not going to ask you for anything. We're good friends, right? If you quickly friend zone them after they tell you that they're not going to spend no money on you, and you quickly start looking at other men as if they are no longer an option, they're going to try to save their little poor ego and say, but you know what? I really like you. And, I want to treat you better. I'm not going to let what happened to me in the past deter me from making you happy. Then that's when you start talking money. Okay. So you quickly dismiss them, friend zone them, and start looking elsewhere in their presence. Okay. Definitely use the word friend over and over and over. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, is it okay to destroy a Dusty's ego? Girl, their ego is already gone. They're just overly compensating for their lack of. Don't waste your time doing that. They're already down. Don't kick them while they're down, girl. All right. Your provider is married and is using a fake name. He don't know that I know that he is married and know his real identity. Good. Keep collecting his money. And when he starts saying no, start dropping hints and clues that you know who he is. Don't tell him all at once. Don't be a stupid, dumb, over emotional chick. Start dropping hints and clues. Like when he starts talking about like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Just like slightly mention the name of his street, but change the last part of it. It's like, have you ever been to Bluebird Barbecue? If his street name is Bluebird Crossing or something, like switch it up. Just like toy with him so he can get scared. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna give you this weird look like you're about to bust, but then you're not. I heard they have some good food. Oh, you know what? I need some money. Play with their mind just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. What if you can find out their wife's name? Say you have a friend and give her a form of the wife's name. Like if the wife's name is like Diana, say that your friend's name is Diane. Just like scare him a little bit as if the supernatural forces are at play with his consciousness. And get his money. All right? Sprinkle, sprinkle. More you know, the more you can do. You say you met someone with his real name? No, that's going too far. He's gonna figure it out. Only drop little bitty hints and clues, but not all the way. Watch his face when you start to say your friend's Diane's name. And like, let's say his wife's name is Diana, and you say, Diane, my friend. Yeah, you know I talk about her all the time. She's my friend, Diane. Yeah, you know Diane, right? You know Diane, the one I'm always talking about. She's so funny. She's gonna be like, is her name short for Diana? No, she's Diane. Why? No reason. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, she's the one that was telling me about Bluebird Barbecue. Just met with him psychologically, girl. He's gonna be like, oh, really? I'm gonna check this place out, shall we? Well, I don't know, maybe. We'll see. By the way, did you put me on direct deposit? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Don't bust him all the way. Mess with him first, girl. Look at his reactions. Get a thrill out of it, okay? Entertain yourself a little bit. Don't bust them unless you know you finna get the full car, whatever. Okay, don't bust them, girl. Play with them. You gonna think he in the Twilight Zone. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. He just came back. He said we can't go on vacation still. What should I say? Girl, stop talking to him. Ask him where your money is, and if he ain't got it, stop talking to him. If he can't take you on vacation, what can he do for you? If he giving you money, just get the money and stop worrying about him. You're too male-centered. Just get his money. Go on vacation somewhere else with somebody else. Okay, go by yourself. Meet somebody new. You know, we don't care no more. What you need to do is just get somebody else on the side. Get his money, get somebody else on the side. Don't let him find out. You know why? Because he's going to keep you in the cycle over and over and over again. You're going to keep falling for it over and over and over again. Just get his money and get another one. And I've told you this too many times. For you not to listen. Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. If you're forced to take a job, what should you work as? I don't like service, like grocery store server and such. I don't know. How old are you, ma'am? Girl, don't ask me about no job, baby. I do not work. I'd start my own business before I go work for somebody. Start your own business. He gives you money for all bills, but no gifts, flowers, jewelry. He buys himself so much crap and even flowers for his own house, unbothered or stay home. Get it from someone else. Y'all expecting this half a man to be a whole man. Get it from someone else. Collect your money from him. Collect your flowers and gifts and some more money from another one. Stop trying to make these men act like what they are not. You are trying to make this man something he is not. He don't like you enough. Listen to me very carefully. He don't like you enough to buy you no gifts, buy you no flowers. He don't like you more than he likes himself, okay? So go find you a man that would love to buy you flowers and have two. So when he comes over your house or when he sees your table and you have beautiful roses and flowers on the background that he didn't send, you can also tell him, oh, well, you know what? I got those for myself since no one buys me flowers. And you can sit up there and lie and be receiving that same treatment that you're longing and yearning from that man, from a whole nother man. Do you understand? You can have more than one. Y'all are doing too much and getting nothing out of it. All right? Where's your other one? If you can get him, you can get another one. That brings you flowers. 2 and 3. Have 2 and 3. Having multiple will also make you not attached so easily. That's so true. Y'all be over here trying to be faithful to somebody that doesn't like you. Y'all get on my nerves. And just because you're dating another man don't mean you sleeping with him. Y'all be sitting over here being faithful, sitting over there by the phone, getting jealous of a man that don't even like you. Not enough to buy you no flowers. Especially if you tell him, I like flowers. And he never buys them for you or sends them to you. He can DoorDash them things to you. Okay, he can have them delivered. He don't even like you enough to even step out of his busy day to click a few buttons on his phone to send you none. Why? Because you're not the one. Do you understand? So stop thinking he's the one and go find some. Do you understand? You ain't the one, so go find some more. All right? You ain't got no ring. You're not engaged. He's not sending you no flowers. So that leaves room for other men to step up. So allow them to. Allow them to. Okay? Otherwise, what are you doing with your life? Besides sitting over there waiting on a man that don't like you. Couldn't be me, girl. I'm gonna be. You better have 2 and 3, and you have your backups. Mm? You just realized he took special pictures of you? Well, you know what? You know what? When I help people, I just hope that they're not special, and I hope that they have half a brain, and I hope that they are smart. And when they're not, you know what I can't do? I can't help them no more. You got to help yourself by making smart decisions. You can't be always making bad and terrible, dumb, stupid decisions in life. You know what I mean? You got to be around people that have your best interest in mind. And in order to do that, they got to like you 10 times more than you like them. And they got to have money to give you instead of you having to beg, plead, and suffer and be at the hands of somebody who's manipulating you. You need to make smarter decisions that helps you and your future generations. Y'all are too busy trying to be with men that look good on Instagram. Y'all need to be with people that don't even want to be on Instagram. Y'all need to be with people that like you 10 times more and gonna do what you need them to do. Y'all are too big trying to flex, and there's nothing to flex. Y'all keep making the same terrible, bad decisions over and over and over and over because you don't listen. Y'all want to prove what I'm telling y'all wrong so bad, and y'all get proven wrong every time. So stop it. Every single time, y'all get proven wrong. Why? Because you didn't listen. I'm here to tell you. Them men don't like y'all. They like what they can do with you. They like the status that they get from being around you, and they like what you can provide for them. Nothing more. They're not emotional. They are egotistical. And if you keep falling for the okie doke over and over and over again, you're never going to learn. Get their money, build your business. Stop allowing them access to certain things. Stop trusting them. You understand? Y'all trust them too much. Y'all open up to them. Y'all kill everything. Those are your enemies in waiting. You know that the queen has ladies in waiting? Any man that you're dealing with who you barely know is your enemy in waiting. It's your enemy in waiting. As soon as you don't comply, as soon as he can't manipulate or control you, y'all, that's your enemy now. When you learn this, you stop making stupid, dumb decisions in the beginning of any relationship that you ever get in. When you enter into any relationship, that's your enemy. Do you understand me? Listen what I'm telling you. You're the villain, not the victim. You approach him as if that's your enemy, not your man, not your best friend, none of that crap. That's your enemy right there. And in order to conquer your enemy, you got to make them bow down. Okay, y'all be over there telling them everything, give them all tea, being all open and honest, telling them all your triggers. That's your enemy. And you're there to conquer him and make him serve and worship. You got to understand. Think about Cleopatra, baby. That's your enemy. You let them conquer you, you done lost the game, baby. You said fighting words. That's your enemy. It's not your bestie. It's not your family. That's your enemy. Very honest enemy. You said keep your enemies closer. That's your enemy you lay next to. That's him. Now, if you ask yourself a question, how do you make an enemy into a friend? You already know that's your enemy. He's sitting over there lying to you, filling your mind up with nonsense, anything that he can do to conquer you, right? So if a man has the audacity to lie to you and try to trick you, that's your enemy. And most men, how do they approach you? With lies and not so good intentions. That's your enemy. When a person approaches you with lies and bad intentions, what would you call it? What you gonna call them? A smart person will call them their enemy. A dumb, brainwashed person will call them their soulmate. All right. So if a man approaches you with bombing, lies, bad intentions, that's an enemy. If you're dumb enough to fall for the enemy's tricks, so sorry for you. If you see an enemy's tricks from the start and you are very observant and you want to see how far this enemy is willing to go, what do? You feed him lies. You feed him non-truths. You feed him false triggers. You feed him what he's looking for. You feed him intel that he's gathering. You feed him lies as well. So when he goes into his little mental enemy status and he's like, how can I get this person? He's not going to come up with nothing because you didn't give him nothing. He's going to strike out every time because he has nothing. And when he realizes that you've outsmarted him, either he's going to get mad and give up and go away because he can't defeat you because you're the true villain, or he's going to try harder. And if you clock him saying, you know what, I know what you're doing, it's not going to really work with me, I'm too smart for you, he's just going to give up and go find a dumber chick. Okay. So that's why you don't give them the truth. That's why you feed them lies, because they're literally your enemy if they're not trying to invest in you and don't have the best intentions in mind for you. If you really think about it like that, so many of y'all come to me, after this man, I was with this man, I broke up with him, he has pictures of me, he lied, he do this, he do that, well, why did you sleep with your enemy? Why did you trust your enemy? Why did you think a man that was lying to you from jump had your best intentions in mind? That's called an enemy. Did you get some money from this enemy? Did he at least pay to lie to you? No? Oops. You're bad. All right. All men are enemies that are seeking a roll around on the mattress with you. They're all your enemy because they don't want anything for you. They want something for themselves. They're going to lie to you to get what you want. They want from you. That's your enemy. And then they're going to talk trash about you when they didn't got it. Okay? So that's your enemy. If you want them to do right, you make them earn it. You make that enemy work on your team. Make them earn it. So that now they're part of the team. Now they got respect for the team. Now they want to represent the team. Now they look at you as their mentor, or they look at you as the goddess. Okay? Because they put so much effort and work. You got to make them work and invest. If they ain't investing and working for the same thing and making sure that you got everything you need, even if they have some enemy plans, they're still investing in you. And so if you go down, they money go down. You got to get them to invest in you. That's how you make somebody from an enemy to an ally. Because now their money represents you. Now they've invested in you. If you go down, they go down. You understand? So that's why I'm telling y'all, ladies, make men invest. Because they start off as enemies and you don't even realize it. And I'm not talking about no chump change, credit card crap. I'm talking about properties. I'm talking about vehicles. I'm talking about money in your bank account. I'm talking about real money. getting yourself debt free. Make them invest. How can you remain an enemy of someone that you were doing all that for? Okay. Sprinkle. Stop being a pygmy. That man is your enemy until you make him your ally and biggest supporter. Treat them all like that until you got all their support. And got your own stuff and an extra backup. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You must be the villain in the situation at all times if you're going to win. Because if you're not, they are. And see, a woman is a better villain than a man is. Mm-hmm. Because she'll be a villain and he won't even realize it. Your husband is spending money on other women. How do I act so he doesn't cut off my financials? Don't act like nothing. Spend more money. You need to spend more of his money. You need to spend twice as much as you're spending. Okay. If you got them credit card receipts and you see where he's spending the money at, go shop at them same places. He gonna think that she got his credit card number or he starts some strife with her. Go find the places that he's spending money at and go spend money there too. He's gonna be so confused when that credit card bill come in. He'll be like, wait a minute, did I spend this much money? Who's got my credit card number? Leave him confused. Get on that credit card receipt thing. Go to them same places and spend. He ain't gonna question it. Oh, dang, I better not say nothing. You said confused me. Exactly, girl. Go on ahead and go to his spots and spend that money. And if he asks you if you've been there, say no. What? Where is it? Play stupid and dumb. He said, this is rewiring my brain. Yep. You said, have you heard the song Dusty by Jessie Ray? Yes, girl. She had to contact me to get my permission to put that thing in them voiceovers in her song. You know, we have a contract and everything, girl. Yes. You can't do that without people's permission these days, darling. And I have, if you follow me on Instagram, I did post up about it a couple times, and it's also in my stories. Have you heard? Yeah, I have. Thank you, ma'am. So what? Shira, you're so right when you say focus on a focus.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Girl, Siri talking to me. Hold on. You are so right when you said to focus on what you can get from a man, because your boyfriend of 1.5 years broke up with you because I quit my job. His loss because he paid for all the dates and I bought my new phone. Huh? Good. Well, see, men didn't want you for you. They just wanted you to have access to you. They didn't really care about you as a human being. Okay? Plus, y'all are probably young anyway, right? You can't afford the burden of having a woman that needs him. Okay? Well, now you got room to find somebody better with more money. Well, you bought my book and had it sent to your Misha friend's house that's married to a military man that's using her for the benefits, and she got mad and said that Shira lady is nonsense. Sure. She gonna find me when she need me, girl. Sure, she gonna pick up that book when she need it. Mm-hmm. You're 18, you want to start makeup. Where do you start? Or should I even be wearing makeup? Girl, you should have been wearing makeup before 18. Yes. Start looking at makeup tutorials online and start at beginner friendly makeup tutorials. Okay. Get your cheap makeup first. Get some cheap makeup first from like the Dollar Tree or maybe the drugstore, whichever you can afford. But don't spend a lot of money on makeup if you don't know how to do it yet. Get you some little cheap makeup to practice with. Okay. Then when you get decent at it, then go get you some good products. You need some makeup brushes. You need a good foundation, and make sure you take care of your skin really good because your makeup needs something nice to lay on top of. Okay. So you got to have good skin, or at least take care of your skin the best as you can first. Because the makeup application definitely depends on how the skin looks. And go from there. You'll get good at it. Just keep practicing. You attracting senior millionaire dates, but they all so freaking misery. Why? Because they probably about to die, girl. No, and they can't take their money with them. So they're trying to spend it. Make them take you shopping. Okay. Make them take you shopping. You said, have I ever been to Dubai? No. I don't travel to countries that don't have equal rights for women. Yeah. Okay. Even though America is teetering and tottering around on it. Yeah. I don't go to different countries that women can't do what they want, baby. I like total freedom. Sorry. Because I'll mess up and say something crazy. You know. You said Dubai has equal rights? Oh, really? Is that why everybody over there getting arrested? Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Can you stay in the same hotel room as a grown able-bodied man if you're a grown able-bodied woman not married? Uh, Perhaps I just should have said their customs. So the same way Americans are getting arrested, Lord. You said patriarchal societies don't like independent women. Yeah, child. I'm too independent to be over there, child. I'm cussing people out. Mm-hmm. Your advice is so much better to your future than your mom's. Thank you. Oh, sprinkle, sprinkle. No, but honestly, I don't have anything against it. I'm just not going to visit there. Okay, because they be too strict and stuff. You keep meeting rich, what? But don't want to spend their money. Okay, rich has nothing to do with spending. They're not rich enough to spend. They think they're young enough not to spend and keep their money. You need to find old men with money. They're more likely to be more generous than a man that's young and have money. They young men think that they're supposed to get it without spending. Okay, old men know that they got to come up off their wallet, even just to be in your presence. So you need to find some older men. Okay, older. You said I get my news from Trump. You can stay in a hotel room with a man that's not your husband? Really? They didn't change the law since the last time people been reporting, getting arrested? Okay. Someone says Dubai is full of indentured slaves from Africa. Who cares about the exact laws? They suck. Okay. Ooh, girl, I ain't even getting into it, y'all. I'm not going. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Wonderful. We had this news before Trump. All those old stale pale males are the same. What do you do if you're a fine fiance and want other money too? Do you get you a side dude, or you make that man get more streams of income and give you the money too, give you extra money? Mm-hmm. You said Dubai is not appealing for everyone. Yeah, it's too modern for me. I like old world, like cool stuff. Like I don't like modern crap. What if you have a lot of tattoos? How to navigate with some tattoo cover? Some tattoo cover. I would love to go to Italy. Like take me to Venice, baby. Let's go to Italy. I like modern crap. Okay. I need to be able to shop for antiques. You know, ship my stuff back to the States and stuff. I don't want no like crazy looking modern furniture. But that's just me. You said I can't afford to a trip to Dubai. You're right. I can't afford that, child. I don't like modern stuff. I don't want to afford it. I like old world. I want to see where the greats have painted on the ceilings. I want to see the culture. I want to go to different parts of the world where there's actual like, history and stuff. I'm a nerd. I don't like just seeing a bunch of crap that was built, you know, real quick. I like the old stuff. That's just who I am. There's a lot of people, like I know a lot of people that love modern stuff. I don't like it. Mm-hmm. Grecian holiday, Rome, Italy, yes. Um, do you think it's okay to not have a lot of friends? Why do you need them? Do you need them? What are they doing for you? How are they benefiting your life? I mean, only you can answer if you need them. You said friends are haters. Sometimes it's good. Like, I don't know, when you get older, it's kind of good to not have a bunch of friends because they're going to call you to do all this stupid crap you might not want to do. And you're going to have to make a big excuse not to go. You're going to be like, oh, no, he can't make it. And then they're going to be mad because you can't make it. You really don't even want to hang out with most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So I think you should have associates and peers. So that way they don't depend on you to have to do everything. And you can easily tell them no without taking it personally. When you get to a certain age, you need associates and peers versus friends. Because friends take things personally. Associates and peers, they take it or leave it. And they don't hold anything personally. Mm-hmm. Do I think dating in college is worth it? What are you dating for? Depends on why you're dating. You dating for fun? Is it worth fun? What are you dating for? You always need a reason. If you're just dating for fun, then have fun if that's all you want out of it. Don't get pregnant though. Mm-hmm. You said, do I prefer lab grown or natural diamonds? Um, well, my wedding ring is natural diamonds. I have a lot of natural diamond jewelry, but I also have some lab grown that I got sent for free. Yeah, I get a lot of stuff for free. Okay. Mm-hmm. What? Well, anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. I think we've been here long enough. What do y'all think? All right. Well, it was nice. I know I've been not here for a little while, so I'll try to get on a little longer when I can, whenever I can. But now it's time to wrap it on up. If y'all have any more questions, y'all better ask it in the next 5 minutes. Okay. You said, no, don't go. Girl, I've been on here too long. I just been sitting over here answering y'all's questions, yapping. My makeup's still looking good. You ever did your makeup and it looks so cute, you don't want to wash it off? And you're like, dang, got to wash this off. Mm-hmm. You said, what? What's my favorite song? All the songs. Anything he ever sang? MJ? All the MJ songs. I have too many to name one. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So you learn you don't really need friends. You actually prefer not having me. That's the best thing. When y'all get to a certain age, y'all are going to realize it's better to have peers and associates than friends. Because you're not obligated. You ain't got to show up. You ain't got to go to their stuff. They're not going to take it personally, like I said. Colleagues, associates, and peers, they don't take anything personally from you. It's just, okay, well, you want to come? It's okay. Well, if not, it's fine. Bye. Mm-hmm. You said you can tell Americans lack education system. Yeah, we ignorant, baby. We real ignorant. I agree with you. Americans are very ignorant. Okay. What to wear on a first date? A dress or a skirt, something very feminine. Mm-hmm. But not no bodycon. No bodycons. You said facts. I agree with you. Americans are stupid. But they make it work for themselves. I don't know how, but they be making it work. You know, all Americans are stupid. There are some woke, overly politically correct people, but they gonna get on your nerves too. Well, either way. Correct. There's some overly woke, politically correct people that find everything offensive, and then there's some really stupid, dumb, ignorant Americans, and then a lot of people just are on the in between. And I'll tell you the truth. Most Americans, they don't care enough to learn. That's the sad truth. We don't like. I'm an American, so I can tell you, most Americans don't care enough to learn the correct way, unless that's their thing that they're trying to be known for. They don't care enough. Mm-hmm. They're even Americans are even ignorant about their own country because they don't care enough. All right. They're Americans are ignorant towards their own country because they don't care enough still. So honestly, they don't really care enough about other stuff going on outside of America either. Why? Because Americans are ignorant. They've been taught not to care. They've been taught not to care. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when they start to care too much about everything that's going on, When they start to care too much about what's happening over here, it's very overwhelming because there's too much happening everywhere at the same time. We can't care about everybody and everything. You know, we got to care about ourselves and what we're doing over here. We got our own lives over here. Okay, so I tend to turn off all that mess and I just care about what's in my bubble because that's what's going to benefit me and my future offspring in the long run. I don't concern or overly concern myself with other stuff that's not my business or that's going to affect me. I do what I like. I go where I like. I know what I like and what I don't like. So sometimes you don't need to be super woke to be happy. You just need to know what you like and what works best for you. Yes. Yeah, American got their own problem. We don't need to add no more to it, baby. Can you do what I eat in a day? No, I eat DoorDash every day, most of the days, unless I'm going out to eat. If I'm not leaving my house, I'm ordering food. If I leave my house, I'm going out to eat to a restaurant. I rarely cook. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You said the country has your I don't care. Look, I'm just enjoying the life that I got and I ain't worried about that other stuff. You know, I'm not the president. I ain't running for president. I'm not political. I just live my life. There you go. I ain't worried about none of that. You said I wish you could order DoorDash every day. You hate cooking, girl. You could do it if you got your sugar daddy. Okay. You get five if you get 5 sugar daddies, or not even sugar daddy, you get 5 men to send you $20 a day every day. You can eat DoorDash. Hit up 5 men, send me $20, send me $20, send me $20. You do DoorDash every day. I know lots of women that be doing that. Mm, what? Would you think better to be the villain in the relationship than the person that overgives? Of course. If you're a woman, you're naturally the villain. That's why you've been oppressed. That's why they took your rights and made you fight for them. Because you're naturally the villain. You're better at it. So now that you have most of your rights back, you need to get your power back. Understand who you are. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You said what vegans restaurants are on DoorDash? Girl, most restaurants have vegan options or vegetarian options. Most restaurants. Just look up vegan foods on DoorDash and all the restaurants that serve vegan foods will pop up and just scroll through their menus. What do you do if a man refuses to tell you his age? Just get his money because we don't care. As long as he's legal and older than 18, just get his money, baby. We don't care how old this man is. Why do you care? How to respond to don't ask me about work no more. I don't have no jobs. Okay. I just opened my own business or something. I don't like working with other people. I'm just gonna tell you to quit and start your own business. So don't ask me about jobs. Sounds like torture, huh? Mm-hmm. Just ignore people that aren't beneficial to you. Just don't talk to them at all. Okay. If somebody's bothering you, just act like they're invisible and they don't exist. Okay. That's literally it. Report them to HR and stop dealing with them. That's it. Now, don't ask me about y'all know y'all got HR. Ask HR. Do I look like HR up there? I don't have no job. I don't work for people. I work with people. Would you think I work for HR or something? Mm-mm-mm. If he does illegal stuff, you don't need to be with him, girl. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You said you just gonna quit to quit. You better have you a backup plan. All right, y'all, I gotta go. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. Thank y'all, everybody. I appreciate y'all. I'll talk later. I don't know if I'm gonna be live tomorrow, but I'll try to get back live this week sometime. Appreciate y'all. Bye.